Hi there, and welcome to our thrilling new full stack course, where we'll take you on an exciting journey to build and deploy a powerful application, Threads. This app gained over 100 million signups in less than 5 days, surpassing ChatGPT and TikTok, making it the fastest growing app ever. So get ready to clone Threads and then go beyond and add even more exciting features that even the original app doesn't have. Starting with complete authentication using Clerk, you'll enable email, password, and social logins like Google and GitHub, as well as the entire profile management. This leads us straight to the user onboarding process, and immediately after, a visually appealing homepage showcasing all the latest threads. After getting inspired by other people's thoughts, you can create your own, even better thread. Or maybe, instead of creating your own threads, you prefer to let people know they're wrong by commenting on existing threads. Oh, and a special multi-level comment system will allow you to tell even more people they're wrong. You'll also build a user search with pagination, making it easy to find other users. An activity page that displays notifications when someone comments on your thread. And a profile page for users to showcase their information and modify their profile settings. Okay, all of that is great, but now I wanna introduce you to communities. Create new communities and invite others by using a customizable template email. Use Clerk's user-friendly interface to manage community members, allowing you to change their roles from admin to member or even kick them out. And once you're an admin, you can also create threads specifically for your communities. There's also a community search feature with pagination that allows users to find and explore different communities as well as community profiles, displaying their threads and members. All while transforming a Figma design into a fully functional application with pixel-perfect and responsive design, providing an optimal user experience on all devices. With Next.js's latest and greatest features, experience blazing fast performance and instantaneous page switching. Through these incredible features, you'll get the chance to master many amazing technologies, including Next.js 13 with server-side rendering, MongoDB handling complex schemas, and data population that goes multiple levels deep. Create beautiful layouts using Tailwind CSS, and upgrade it by using native shadcn components. Implement file uploads with Upload Thing, and even real-time event listening with webhooks. Understand how middleware, API actions, and authorization works, and explore and integrate new Next.js layout route groups. There's also going to be data validation with Zod, managing forms with React Hook Form, creating reusable components, solid application architecture, and so much more. But the main star of the show is Clerk. As you've seen in the demo, Clerk is going to allow us to instantaneously spin up incredibly powerful authentication features, such as login and registration using email, password, and multiple amazing social sign-ins, SMS verification, entire profile management, and much more. Isn't this fantastic? You now have a golden opportunity to showcase your skills to potential employers or clients with this incredible project. So grab a cup of coffee and let's dive into this journey together, is what I would normally say, but I have a special announcement to make. I will soon launch an in-depth, full-stack Next.js 13 course in which you will learn everything there is to know about Next 13.4 and further. My team and I have been working on this JSM Pro course for months, and I can't wait to give you the opportunity to access it and truly master the most popular web development framework of 2023. So click the link in the description if you want me to notify you about it. And when you sign up, I'll also send you the first part of our premium Next.js 13 ebook. This is a paid ebook which you guys adore, And this video is your last chance to get the first 6 chapters for free. And with that said, let's get started. Let's get started with our phenomenal Threads application right from the beginning. We can start by creating a new empty folder on our desktop, and let's call it simply Threads. Once you create it, you can drag and drop that empty folder right within your empty Visual Studio Code window. Expand it, go to View, Terminal, and just like that, we are ready to get started. Let's start by initializing a new Next.js 13 application by running npx create-next-app add latest and then / to create it in the current repository. This is going to ask you whether you want to install the create next app, to which we can say why. And then it's going to give you a questionnaire asking you how you would like your app to look like. In this case, we can choose yes for TypeScript. We can choose no for ESLint. We can choose yes for Tailwind, no for source directory, of course, yes for app router to get all of the latest and greatest of Next.js 13 features, and we don't want to customize the default import alias. And just like that, it's going to install all of the necessary dependencies for us. That's going to include React, Next, TypeScript, additional types, and even it's going to set up Tailwind. Once our default packages have been installed, we can install additional ones, the ones we'll need to turn our app into a success. So let's run npm install, and the first package we're going to install is going to be add clerk/next.js. Clerk is going to allow us to implement super simple, but also super robust authentication to our application. It does everything from social sign-ins, email and password login, to managing your account once you're in. And as a cherry on top, we'll use it to its full potential by implementing its organization feature for our communities. The next package we're going to install is going to be add upload thing /React. We're going to use it to upload our profile images. Next, we're going to install Mongoose. We're going to also install a package called Swix, which we're going to use for webhooks. And finally, upload thing itself. Right here, this was just the React package for it. And believe it or not, even though this is a huge app, these are all the packages we're going to install. Later on, we're going to also install specific shadcn components, but other than that, this is it. Everything else is going to be coded 100% by you. So let's wait until this is installed, and then we can set up our basic file and folder structure. There we go. We can lower our terminal just a bit, and we can start exploring the code base. We have the app folder, inside of which our entire Next.js app will be. We have the favicon, the globals, the layout, and the page. So let's start by running the application by running npm run dev to see everything that we have live on the website. Immediately on the homepage, we have this great Next.js template created for us by Vercel. But of course, we want to fully modify it. So let's start from page.tsx by removing everything within the main folder. And when I say everything, I really do mean everything. We're just going to keep a simple main that's going to say threads. Or it can be an H1 saying threads right here. There we go. We don't need to import the image at the top, so this is just a simple export default function home. Next, we have the globals.css. Here, Next.js already provided us with the import of Tailwind, as well as some default styles. So now we're going to override the globals.css. In the description down below, you're going to find a GitHub gist containing the full globals.css. So simply copy it and then paste it over here. These are just going to be some simple class names that are going to make the process of our development a bit simpler. It allows us to immediately apply multiple Tailwind class names so we don't have really long Tailwind class lines. You can notice that this also immediately gave us an error in the terminal saying that the bgdark2 does not exist. If it's a custom class, we have to define it within Tailwind. So this is the right next step to move over to the tailwind.config.js And in that same GitHub gist, you're going to find the modified tailwind.config.js file. Here, we're going to have just some additional styles, colors, and the general font sizes. All of this is taken directly from Figma, which we're going to explore really soon. And that is it. Everything else is going to be coded entirely by you. So now we can stop the application from running by pressing Ctrl+C and then Y, and then rerun it once again to ensure that all of the changes have been taken. We can then revisit localhost 3000, and you'll be able to see just one more error saying that we cannot find module Tailwind Animate. To bring our app to life even more, we're going to use some Tailwind's Animate properties, for which we have to install a special package. So let's do that right away by opening a new terminal window. We can put it side by side by our current one, and right in there, we can run npm install tailwind css-animate. Now, if we save it, go back to localhost 3000, we should be able to see threads on top left. Now, let's improve our file and folder structure to ensure that it is scalable so that we can keep working on it no matter how much our app grows. In this case, we're going to use advanced Next.js 13 routing properties. We're going to start by using something known as route groups. So in the app directory, nested folders are normally mapped to URL paths. As you know it, if you create a new folder as /auth, it's actually going to add the auth route to your application. However, if you want to prevent the folder from being included in the route's URL path, you can use something known as route groups. They are useful for organizing routes into groups, for example, by intent or team, and they enable you to have nested layouts. We're going to utilize both of these two reasons for using route groups. So the convention is simply to wrap the folder name within parentheses. And here's an example. If you have marketing, you can have the marketing folder, and then it's not going to have the /marketing/about, and then /marketing/blog. Instead, the routes are only going to be what is within it, and it's not going to mention the outside folder. So how are we going to use it in our application? Well, we're going to first create a new folder, which is a group route, which is going to be called Auth. And inside of it, we're going to have all the auth routes. And the other one is going to be called root. And inside of root, we're going to have all the other routes of our application. So we can move our current page within the root group. And we can also move its current layout. Now, if we go to layout and we fix the import for the globals.css, because now it's going to be /globals.css, and then go back, the app should be working normally, which allows us to start adding additional routes within the auth folder because that's what we're going to start with. Since we're building a social media application, we need to have our users signed in to know who can create posts. So let's create a new folder within the auth folder, and let's call it sign in. At the same time, this is also going to be a route. Let's create another folder called sign up. Now we have two folders within the auth folder, and we can create a third one, which is going to be onboarding. So on top, the sign in and the sign up, I'm also going to teach you how we can have that onboarding so the user can enter additional information about themselves. And remember, I told you we're going to use both of these reasons for creating nested routes. So far, we've used the reason for organizing routes into groups, but also that's going to allow us to use nested layouts. So what we can do is we can create a new file called layout.tsx. And that's going to allow us to specify different rules for the authentication routes. For example, we don't want to show the navbar or the footer here, so we can simply declare it that way. So let's get started with the layout of our authentication folder. We can start with a part that many people discredit or don't do at all, which is search engine optimization, or SEO. I want to teach you how Next.js allowed you to have a much cleaner and much simpler, but also more effective SEO incredibly quickly. The only thing you have to do is you have to say export const metadata is equal to an object, and you can immediately specify the title here, which is going to be the name of our app, as well as a description. And in the description, we can say something like a Next.js 13 meta threads application. Immediately after, we can export default function root layout. And it's going to have some props inside of it, which is going to be children. In most cases, layouts are going to have children because we need to display something within it. Also, we have to define the type of this children because we're using TypeScript. So we can say the type of this object is going to be an object where the children is equal to react.node. And that's going to look like this. Inside of there, we can return. Another way of writing this is to just put this object in a new line, like so, and then say that is equal to children, and then put this on a new line as well. So like this, everything is just a bit more readable. You can see the props and you can see the types of the props that we have, and then the return of that layout. Now, a really important thing is that we're going to wrap this layout with something known as a ClerkProvider. This is what's going to allow us to use all of the Clerk's functionalities. So let's nicely wrap this within parentheses, just so it's a bit more cleaner and more readable. And this ClerkProvider is coming from @clerk/Next.js. So you can simply double click on that and press Control space or Command space on Mac, and then click right here. And that's going to automatically import the ClerkProvider for you. If the auto import didn't work for you, you can simply follow my imports right here, saying import ClerkProvider from @clerk/Next.js. Within that ClerkProvider, we're going to return an HTML page that's going to have a lang attribute equal to en, as in English. And immediately within it, we're going to have a body tag that's going to have a class name equal to, and now here we want to render a font. And the way you do fonts in Next.js is you define it like so. Const inter, which is the font we're using, is equal to, and now you want to import that font from Google Fonts. So we can say inter, all caps, and we can immediately import it coming from next font Google. We're going to call it as a function and say subsets, and then get the Latin subset. This is all that we need. And the subsets, of course, has to be an array because we can have multiple subsets within it. And now within the class names, we can simply say inter.class name. And this is going to immediately apply this font across all of our files. Immediately within here, we want to render our children, which is everything else that's going to be shown within this layout. We also want to give it another class name, so we can turn this into a template string, where the inter class name is going to be a variable. And after that, we're going to have a bg-dark-1 to make everything a dark color. So now if we save this, we are looking good. Let's also import the globals.css here. So import /globals.css, and let's save the file. Now, if you go back to your website, you're going to notice that nothing was applied. The title is still Create Next App, and the background is still white. That's because this layout is only applied for the routes within the Auth subgroup. So for the onboarding, sign in, or the sign up. So let's try to go to one of these routes. We can do that by going to the URL bar and typing sign in. We can check this layout in action if we create a new page.tsx file within the onboarding route. And there we can simply say async function page, and we can immediately just return something. So we can say return, and let's do a main, which is going to have an h1 with a class name equal to head text, and it's going to say onboarding. And finally, to be able to see it, we need to say export default page. Now on our website, we can go to /onboarding, and you can see that we're going to get a meaningful error from Clerk saying that we're missing a publishable key, which means that now is the right time, since we set up our ClerkProvider, to also create an account on Clerk and start setting up our authentication. To do that, we can go to the Clerk's website by clicking the link down in the description and click Start Building for free. There, you can sign into Clerk using their own provider, which is a pretty cool thing. I'm going to continue with Google. And now you'll be able to configure your first application by clicking Add Application. And there we go. You can enter the application name, such as Threads. And you can choose how will you let your users to sign in. For now, we're going to choose email, username, Google, as well as, since we're developers, GitHub. But as you can see, there are a lot of different options you can choose from. As a matter of fact, I don't think I've seen this many options for the sign-in ever. So it's pretty cool that they allow you to connect with whatever software you're using. And let's click Create Application. This immediately says that the sign-in is ready, and it gives us a quick start with Next.js. So we can simply copy this API keys by saying copy, and we can create a new file in the root of our directory called .env.local, and we can paste them there. Of course, the keys for you are going to be different. And while we're here, let's quickly explore Clerk's dashboard. We also have the Users tab where you can see all of the users that registered to your application. And finally, we have the Organizations tab, which we definitely want to enable because we're going to use it to create our communities. So let's click Enable Organizations, and let's toggle this on and click Apply Changes. Of course, in this video, I'm going to teach you about everything you need to know to use Clerk on all of your applications. But as with any software, I would recommend you to check out the docs. It's always useful to learn about how to use it properly. So the first step we've already done, which is to install /Next.js. Then set up the environment keys, which already we have done by putting them in the .env.local. We have already mounted the ClerkProvider, so that part is done as well. And then the next step is to protect our application. We can do that by creating a new middleware.ts file in the root of our folder. So let's do just that, and let's copy their starting code. So in the root of our folder, we can create a new file called middleware.ts, and we can paste their middleware starter. In our case, we also want to add some additional details to the configuration, such as public routes, which are going to be an array of just /, which is going to be public, as well as /API, /webhook, /clerk. We're going to use this later on to enable the webhook functionalities for our organizations. And then we can have ignored routes. So these are going to be the routes that are ignored by Clerk. That's going to be /API, /webhook, /clerk as well. There we go. And we can add a comma here. This is the initial setup that we need to do. And later on, we'll be able to further modify the middleware page by reading more from the middleware documentation, where we can immediately redirect users to auth pages or redirect them somewhere else after they've been authenticated. So now let's check our next step, which is to build your own sign in and sign up pages. Clerk offers a set of pre-built components that you can use to embed sign in, sign up, and other user management functions. So what do we need to do? Well, we need to create a new folder that looks like this: square bracket, sign up, and then the page within it. And then immediately we can import the sign up component from Clerk. So let's copy this, go back to our app, close all of the currently open files, go to app, auth, sign in, and then within it, we can create a new folder, square bracket, sign in, we close it, and then within that folder, we create a new file called page.tsx. And there we can paste this sign in this case, and return the sign in. And we can repeat this process for the sign up as well. So let's go to the sign up, new folder, sign up. And of course, we have to do the ... and then create a new page.tsx and paste what we copied, which is just the import of the sign up, and then return sign up as a self-closing component. And the next step here is to update the environment variables. So we can specify the routes of where we want to go after sign in or sign up. So we can add that to the .env.local right here. In this case, I believe after sign in, we want to go to the onboarding. So I'm going to add that right there. And the last step is to embed the user button that is going to allow you to manage your full account information. So let's simply copy this, close all of the currently open files, and go to our root page.tsx, because this is what happens once we're actually logged in. And we can override this by importing our user button and then rendering it right here. Now we've done a lot of changes, so let's go ahead and test it out and see if everything works. Of course, we're going to center this in the middle of the screen later on, but for now, let's go ahead and see if our authentication works by choosing to sign in or sign up with any of these methods. I'm going to proceed with Google, and immediately it requests us to add the username as well. I'm going to do JS Mastery and click Continue. And we've been redirected to localhost 3000, and you can see a little profile icon on top left. If you click it, it's going to open up a modal that's going to allow you to sign out or manage your account. And within Manage Account, you can immediately change or remove your profile pic. You can also change your username, change your email, choose which account are you connected with, and even manage your password and active devices. All of this comes right out of the box by using Clerk. If you think about it, these are the features that we need in every single application, but implementing them one by one could take hours, if not even days, to implement it. Not to mention that we have to be really careful about security. So a task that would take you weeks to implement properly with connected accounts, changing usernames, passwords, and more took just a couple of minutes using Clerk. And that's why I'm so happy that to a phenomenal app such as Threads, we can leverage all of the Clerk's functionalities right out of the box. Great. With that said, we're already signed in, which I cannot really believe, to be fully honest, that it took just a couple of minutes. But that essentially means that we can get started creating the layout and the structure of our homepage. So let's get started. To get started working on our homepage, we can close our auth and go within the root folder and then page.tsx. Here we just have our user button and the layout, but we can focus on the homepage itself, or at least its general structure. So let's get started with removing this user button, at least for now. We're going to bring it on later. But for now, let's simply create an H1 here that's going to say home. And we can give it a class name that's going to be head-text as well as text-left. We can also wrap this in just a React fragment, as we don't have to give it any classes. Now, if we save this, it's going to appear like you cannot see anything on your homepage. But if you hold and drag, you can see that the home indeed is hiding there, but it is white text on white background. So let's change that. And the way in which we're going to change that is not going to be just on the homepage, because we want to ensure that that background remains on all other pages. And that's exactly what the Next.js 13 layout is for. So let's go into the layout and let's start creating the structure of our app. We already have the HTML and we have the body, but now we're not just going to return children within the body, we're going to add some other things. First of all, we want to add a top bar. So let's create a component with a self-closing top bar, as well as a bottom bar. Usually it's a footer. In this case, it's going to be a functional bottom bar. And we're going to make it even more unique by within that top bar and bottom bar, we're going to create a new main section. That main section is going to have a left sidebar, just like this, and it's going to have a right sidebar as well. It's a pretty complex interface, but it works, especially for social media applications when you have a lot of data to showcase. So in between the left sidebar and the right sidebar, of course, we have our section, and that section is going to have a class name equal to main-container. So this is going to contain the majority of our application. And within it, we can have a div that's going to have a class name equal to w-full, meaning full width, and max-w-4xl. So on large devices, it's going to go only as far as max-w4xl. And we can render the children within it. There we go. Now you can notice that we have a lot of red squiggly lines here. Left sidebar, top sidebar, none of this has been defined. So let's create a new components folder outside of the app folder. We created outside because in the app, we only put the files and folders which we want Next.js to render on the homepage. Don't forget, Next.js supports file-based routing. So that's why we want to create it outside. And we can start by creating a couple of folders this time. We're going to create a folder called shared. And this is going to include some shared components. We can also create another folder called forms, and even a third one that is going to be called cards. So essentially we have 3 folders within the components folder, just like so. Cards, forms, and shared. And later on, we're going to have an additional one for shadcn components. Now, inside of shared, we can create a new component, and that's going to be top-bar.tsx. At the same time, we can create all the other ones, such as the bottom bar.tsx. We can also create a left sidebar.tsx and a right sidebar.tsx. I believe this is all that we need for now. Let's get started from top to bottom with the bottom bar. That's going to be function bottom bar. And it's going to simply return. For now, we can make it return an h1 that's going to say bottom bar. And finally, export default bottom bar. This is all that we need, and we can copy this and also paste it to all the other components, but of course rename it from bottom bar to left sidebar. We can repeat the process for the right sidebar. And finally, for the top bar, b with a lowercase b. And there we go. So now we have these different components. And we can go back into our app, into the root layout.tsx, and you can double click the top bar and press Control space, or I believe it is Command space on Mac, and it's going to automatically recommend you the import. And we can repeat the process for all the other components. And if you notice at the top, you can see we have imports for these 4 different components coming from @/components, shared, top bar, left sidebar, right sidebar, and bottom bar. This means that we no longer have any errors, and it also means that the general structure of our application is done. We can see the home in the middle left, as well as a top bar and left sidebar on top, because they're not falling into the layout nicely as of yet. And then we have the right sidebar and bottom bar at the bottom. Now to start creating that layout, we can start with the top bar and then move to the left sidebar. And you're going to notice soon enough, all things are going to start falling into place. So to get started with that, we can put our browsers side by side with our editor. This way, we'll be able to see the changes that we make live. And we can close all of the currently open files and just open up the top bar as it's on the top, so it makes sense to start from it first. This top bar is actually going to be a nav. So we can have a return statement that's going to have parentheses like so. And we can transform this h1 tag into a nav tag that's going to wrap everything else. This nav tag is going to have a class name equal to top bar. And if you're wondering what this top bar is, you can simply search right here in the search for top bar, and it's going to show you the top bar globals.css file. And this one line is applying the position fixed, top 0, z index of 30, flex, w full, as well as bg dark 2. So it's just generally setting up the layout for our navigation bar so we don't have to type it by hand. But if you're wondering how to get to the styles, now you know. Also, if you're at any point wondering what a specific Tailwind class does, simply go to tailwindcss.com, go to quick search and type it out. If you type flex, you're going to quickly see how you can write those classes. Another cool thing is this Tailwind CSS cheat sheet, where you can also search for flex, and you can see all of the different properties that you can use. Dot flex, inline flex, and so on. Tailwind is pretty intuitive to use, so once you get to understand it, it's going to allow you to speed up your CSS workflow significantly. Great. Now, within this nav, we can create a new link component, as we usually do, and this link is going to come from next/link. So we can also double click it and import it. This link has to have an href, and this specific one is going to point to /. It's also going to have a class name equal to flex, items-center, and gap-4. Inside of it, we want to render our logo. So let's render a Next.js 13 self-closing image tag, as well as import it coming from next image. Then we can give it a source equal to /logo.svg, and we can give it an alt tag equal to logo, as well as a width of 28 and height of 28 pixels as well. Also, below this image, we can have a p tag that's going to have a class name equal to text-heading3-bold, text-light-1, which is for the color, and on max-xs devices, we want to set it to hidden. So just like so, because it won't fit in the screen. So there we can simply say threads. Now, if we save it, you'll be able to see that we have our threads, but unfortunately the logo is not showing. That's because, silly me, I haven't yet provided you with all the assets. So in the description down below, you'll be able to find a zipped assets folder. Simply download it, unzip it, and then paste it within your public folder right here. Public assets, and then within it, you're going to have your logo.svg. Let's save the file and correct the path to /assets/logo.svg. And immediately we have our cool modern threads logo. Now, while we're here, let's also make the app better by implementing the logo right here as the favicon and fixing the title as well. So we can go to our layout, and here we can update the metadata. As a matter of fact, we can copy the metadata from the auth layout right here and simply paste it within this layout here in the root. That's going to change the text or the title to threads. And now we have to also add the favicon, which we can do by modifying this favicon right here from Next.js 13.1 to our new logo. So to do that, we can go to our assets, find our current logo SVG, and we can reveal it in File Explorer or Finder if you're on Mac. That's going to give you a view that looks like this. Next, you can go to favicon.io and you can simply find a converter. Then you can drag and drop your SVG and click download. It's going to provide you with a zipped folder, and the only thing you need from there is the favicon file, which you first need to unzip by dragging it somewhere else, for example, to your desktop. And then from your desktop, you simply need to drag and drop it right here into your app folder. Once you do that and close the layout and go back to your app and reload the page, you'll be able to see your favicon, your title, and now we have also our top bar done. These little details really go a long way. With that said, let's continue with creating our top bar. We can go below our initial link and create a div. This div is going to have a class name equal to flex, items-center, as well as a gap-1 to provide some spacing between the elements. Then within it, we can have a div, and that div is going to have a class name equal to block usually, but on medium devices, it's going to be hidden. So we want to make it mobile responsive right off the bat. In case it doesn't fit on the screen, we can easily remove it. Inside of here, we want to play with some clerks components. So we can say signed in. And this signed in is coming from add clerk /Next.js, and then no longer is it in beta. So it's going to come from add clerk /Next.js. And this is incredibly powerful. I remember for the past years, we were writing code that looks like this. Open a new dynamic block. Then you have to create functionality to figure out, is user logged in? So const is user logged in. And then this would dynamically be set by some kind of a function or an API call. And then ultimately, it would return a true or false value. Then you have to check it. You have to open up a new ternary operation, provide the other case as well. And then in here, you would write the actual code if we're logged in or if we're not logged in. With Clerk, you can immediately call this component, and the code within it is only going to appear if you're signed in. How cool is that? So if we're signed in, the only thing we want to show is simple. It is a sign out button. It's going to look like this. And it's also going to come from the same package, Clerk Next.js. So we can import it right here at the top. You can modify that sign out button however you please. In this case, it's going to be a div with a class name of flex and cursor dash pointer. And within it, we can have an image. And this image is going to have a source equal to /assets/logout.svg. It's going to have an alt tag equal to logout, a width of 24 pixels, as well as a height of 24 pixels as well. And it's going to be a self-closing Next.js 13 image tag. So we can do it like this. And for now, we cannot see anything, but no worries, because we're going to look into that later on. For now, we can go below sign out button, below signed in, below the div, and we can use another one of Clerk's great components, which is called an organization switcher. And it's going to be a self-closing component, which is also going to come from @Clerk/Next.js. So we can import it here. And you can immediately see our profile icon. And if you click it, you have the potential to create your own organization, and it shows you your account right here. One of the props of the organization switcher is the appearance prop, which allows you to provide some additional elements. And I figured out that we can add an organization switcher trigger, and we can add a padding Y of 2, as well as a padding X of 4, which is just going to provide it a bit of space. So it's going to look better in general. Great. This is all that we need for now. We're going to fix the layout later on. But if we go even to a smaller size, you can notice that this logout button appears. The reason why we didn't see the logout button at the start is because we had this block MD hidden. And that's because usually we're going to have our logout button on the left sidebar, and only if we're on small devices, we're going to make it appear on the top bar, just like a little icon. Let me show you what I mean. This right here is the app's design, which we'll be able to reference throughout this video. And as you can see on the desktop size, we have our logout button on the bottom of our left sidebar. But on mobile devices, it's going to appear right here on the top. Great. With that said, our top bar was pretty simple, so now we can move to our left sidebar by closing this file, going to our layout.tsx, and then opening the left sidebar. Our left sidebar is going to be a section, so we can simply say a new section component right here. It's like a div, but it has a semantic meaning. We're going to give it a class name equal to custom-scrollbar, as well as left sidebar. And within it, we can have a div, and that div is going to have a class name equal to flex, w-full for full width, flex-1, flex-call, so the elements appear one on top of another, gap-6 for spacing, as well as padding X for horizontal padding. And within it, we can map over our sidebar links. In this case, we could have a link component and then have a lot of stuff into it and then duplicate it many, many times. But what you're going to usually find is the best practice with these types of lists is to create them somewhere else. For example, in the constants folder. So let's go to our file explorer, and right in the root of our directory, we can create a new folder called constants. Inside of the constants, we can have only one file called index.js. And in the description down below, in that same GitHub gist where we got the styles from, you can also find the index.js of constants and simply paste it right here. This is about 40 lines of simply some data structures. And I mean simple data structures, like an array that contains a list of objects that contain a link to an image, a route, and a label. Now we'll be able to use these links to map over them, and we don't have to define each one separately. So now within the left sidebar, we can open up a new dynamic block of code and say sidebar links.map. And we can map over each individual link and return something for it. For example, for now, it can be a div that's going to say link. Of course, we have to import the sidebar links, which are coming from constants. We're exporting them from here. So to import them, we can go to the top and say import sidebar links coming from @/constants. There we go. And now if you save it, you won't be able to see because the color of the link is now dark. But if you hover over, you can see we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, or 6 links. And now we can style them separately. So let's turn this div into an actual link. And we have to import it from next link. It's going to have an href, which is equal to link.route. And we can put this in a new line so we can fit all of the properties nicely. The second prop we can pass to it is going to be a key because we're mapping over the elements, which is going to be a link.label. And finally, a class name equal to left sidebar _link. And within it, we can render an image, which is also coming from next/image. It's going to have a source property equal to link.img_URL, all uppercase URL, alt tag equal to link.label, a width of 24, as well as a height of 24 as well. And most importantly, below the image, a p tag that's going to render the link.label. But of course, we have to give it a class name for it to be visible, where we can say text-light-1, and on max LG, we want it to be hidden. Now, if we save it, you can see the icons. So this p tag is hidden on a devices of this size, but if we make it larger, you can notice how we can also see the full labels of this specific text. But on smaller devices, even just seeing the icons makes a lot of sense. This is the home, search, activity, create a post, community, and a profile. So all of this makes sense. For now, we can keep our browser expanded so we can see all of them in their full glory. But now, how do we know which link is currently active? Well, to be able to know that, we're going to turn this map from a regular instant return to an actual function with a return statement, which means that we have to wrap this in a pair of brackets, have a return inside of it, and then also at the end, we have to wrap it with an additional brace. And that's going to look like this. We're closing the function opening, then we're closing another one, and then finally it's going to look like this. It is a bit of a more complex structure, but we can now add some additional logic right here. For example, figure out if the link is currently active. And to be able to know that, we'll have to import something from Next navigation. So let's do that right away. We need to import use path name as well as use router coming from Next/navigation. That's going to allow us to know the current URL we're on. So let's define those hooks at the top by saying const router is equal to use router, as well as const path name is equal to use path name. What we can do now is uncomment the is active and say is equal to, open a pair of parentheses, and then say if path name dot includes the current link.route and link.route.length is more than one, meaning it's not just home, or if path name is directly equal to the link.route. There we go. And of course, I have to spell path name correctly. So if I do that, we have our isActive variable. So now we can change the style of our sidebar items based on that variable. And also it says that the useRouter, which is a hook, only works in client-side components. So at the top, we have to add a declaration of useClient to denote that this is indeed a client-side rendered component because we're using a hook. So now here within the class name of a link, we can make it a template string, just like so. Open up the new dynamic block and say if isActive. In that case, we can render a string of bg-primary-500. And of course, we have to close it properly right here. And I believe we're good. So now we can see the home page is currently on. If we go to search, we get a 404 because we haven't yet created the search route or the search page. So as soon as we create the pages for all of these different components, we'll be able to switch between them and the next active route is going to immediately move seamlessly. Now at the bottom, we can add that logout button as we discussed. We already have the template for it right within our top bar. So let's go there and let's simply copy this entire signed in block and paste it right here below this div. But before, create another div that's going to have a class name equal to margin top of 10 to divide it a bit and padding X of 6 for horizontal padding. And now we can paste it right here. Of course, we must not forget to import all of these components. So we can go to the top bar and simply copy the import statement from @clerk/Next.js and paste it right here at the top as well. We won't be needing organization switcher here though. So now we save this and you can see this icon, but of course we want to just make it a bit different here. So what we can do is also render a p tag below this image that's going to say logout, and we can give it a class name equal to text-light-2, and on max LG, it's going to be hidden as for all of our nav items. If we save that, you can see a logout, but of course we have to provide some additional styling, such as gap-4 and padding-4. If we save this, it's going to look much better and much more uniform with other items. Also, we have to add a sign out callback right here on the button by saying sign out callback is equal to a callback function where we simply use the router.push and go to /sign in. So once we do sign out, it's going to redirect us back to the sign in. Great. Now, as you can see, there's some weird kind of scroll happening over here, but later on, we're going to fix that. As you can see, immediately by having the top bar and by having the left sidebar, the app is looking much closer to the design. So what we have to do still is the bottom bar as well as the right sidebar. So let's move into our root layout. And from there, let's start creating let's do a bottom bar first, just to spice things up a bit. Our bottom bar is going to be pretty simple. We're going to wrap everything within a section component, similar to a div, as we discussed already. And that section is going to have a class name equal to bottom bar. It's also going to have a div, and that div is going to have a class name equal to bottom bar underscore container. And inside of there, we can also loop over the sidebar links dot map, where we get each individual link, like so. And now you might be wondering, what is this bottom bar for? If we comment this out quickly, what are we going to put here? We already have a lot of stuff on the top, on the left sidebar. Why should we map over the sidebar links one more time? Well, on the design, there is no bottom bar here. Why do we need it? Also, in the finished version of the application, nothing seems to be here. Think about it. The bottom bar is going to be used for our mobile navigation. Yep, we're going to have a native mobile-like feel on our web application. Isn't that cool? This means that you'll be able to traverse the application using your bottom bar right with your thumb. It is the easiest way to traverse the app, and it doesn't take a lot of screen real estate. Imagine if we had our current app, and if we go to the mobile view, where are we going to put it? We have the content in the middle, but if we now have a left sidebar, it's going to take at least 10 to 20% of the screen, which is way too much. That's why we're creating this mobile sidebar for mobile devices. That means that while developing it, we can stay at the mobile view. And you can notice we're going to display same links as we displayed in our left sidebar. So for that reason, we can go to our left sidebar and we can copy this entire sidebar links.map and paste it right here into the bottom bar. Of course, we'll have to import a lot of things, such as the sidebar links from add constants. And we'll also have to get the path name right here. We'll also have to import the link from next link, image from next image, and use path name from next navigation. I believe this is more or less it. Now, if we save it, you can see that we have to turn it into a client component as well. So let's copy the use client directive and paste it right here at the top. And believe it or not, right out of the box, this is going to work perfectly because we have made our link responsive. But of course, to improve it further, I created a special class called bottom bar underscore link, which is going to make it look even better. There we go. And then another really cool thing we can do is we can make this work for tablet devices as well. So if we expand it just a bit, you can notice this is starting to get a bit wide, right? But we can also display a limited amount of text right here. So let's do just that. Instead of this P with a class name of maxLG hidden, we can turn this into text subtle medium, like so, text light 1, and max small hidden. So on max small devices, it's going to be hidden. And now we can see the text. But in this case, we don't have space for 2 words for create thread. So what we can do is we can take the link label and just modify it slightly by saying link.label.split. We can use a ternary operator right here, such as /s, which is for words, plus, and then do this and get just the first character. So that's going to look like so. Of course, we have to end the regular expression right here. So this is going to get just the first word, and now all of the words fit nicely. This is for bigger phones or tablets, and we have this for regular phones. And then once we go back, we have our great sidebar, which looks like this. Isn't this great? Thinking about responsiveness right from the get-go. This means that we're done with the top bar, the left sidebar, and the bottom bar, and now we are ready to move to the right sidebar. We won't do a lot of work there because we're going to implement its features later on, but it's good just to have it for the sake of the layout. So our right sidebar is also going to be another section. That's going to look like this. And it's going to have a class name equal to custom scroll bar, same as the left sidebar, and it's going to say right sidebar. Within it, we can create a div, and that div is going to have a class name of flex, flex-1, flex-call for the elements to appear one on top of another, and justify-start. It's also going to have an h3, which is going to say suggested communities. If we save this, and for now, we cannot really see the right sidebar right here. It could be because we don't really have a lot of space here. The right sidebar is only going to be visible when you have a lot of space. Usually it's going to get hidden. We have to have about this much space for it to be visible. But even though we have this much space, it's not right here. It could be that it's hiding here. Yep, you can see it right there, suggested communities, even though it should be showing on the right side. The reason for that is in the layout. Here, we haven't provided a class to this main. It should have a class of flex, which is going to make the elements naturally flow within it. So it's going to be flex as well as flex-row. Now, if we save this, everything is going to look so much better because we won't have that huge scroll to the bottom. And now the right sidebar is here and we can see suggested communities. So let's go into the right sidebar and let's modify this text just a bit. That's going to be h3 with a class name equal to text-heading 4-medium and the color of text-light-1. That's going to make it pop immediately. Right now, we don't really have a lot of communities to show, so we can leave this part empty, but we can duplicate this div one more time below, and there we can say suggested users. So we'll be displaying both the users and the communities on the right side. And this is more or less it. As I said, we don't want to focus on the right sidebar too much because we don't yet have the logic to display it. Great. Believe it or not, the layout is now here. We want to expand it. And as you can see, even though we have the top bar and two sidebars, there's still plenty of space for us to work on the content of the website. So this is great. And let's see if the logout functionality works as well. So we can try to sign back in. I clicked logout and I was redirected back to the sign in. And now I'm going to try to sign back in. And this time we're redirected to the onboarding, which we must not forget. Here we'll be able to choose the profile photo in case we don't have one from Google yet. And we'll also be able to select our username and choose our bio right here. So we're going to do this really soon. For now, we can go back to the home and see everything we had before. Wonderful work. Now let's finalize the onboarding so that we have the full authentication logic done, and then we can focus on implementing the backend for creating and showing our posts. And before we proceed with the onboarding, there's just one small little detail that's been bothering me. You can see that this profile photo is a bit too far away from the end. That's because here, I'm not sure if you can see it, but in dark letters, it says personal workspace. And it should be saying that with the light text. So how do we modify Clerk's component to work for our dark mode? Well, easy. Within our Visual Studio Code, we can open up our terminal and install a package called add clerk/themes. Once installed, we can go to our top bar, into the organization switcher, and within appearance, we can add a base theme, which is going to be not a string of dark, but rather dark, which has to be imported at the top by saying import dark coming from add clerk/themes. And now it's going to use that dark theme. So if we save it, you can see that now it switches to the white text color, as well as the div also changed to the dark theme to support what we already have. This is wonderful. Don't touch the creator organization yet. We're going to play with that a bit later once we have the basic structure of our app done. Great. With that said, now we can move to implementing our onboarding process, which is pretty cool. You never see tutorials about it, but a lot of great applications have a couple of steps you have to go through as soon as you create an account. So I'm going to teach you how to do that right away. To get started with the onboarding, we can close all of the currently open files and go to Auth, onboarding page.tsx. Right below this H1, we can create a p tag and say something like complete your profile now to use threads. And we can also give it a class name equal to margin top of 3 to divide it a bit from the title, text-base-regular, as well as text-light-2. We should be able to see it right here. Now, of course, this has to be centered. So to this main, we can give it a class name equal to mx of auto for margin horizontal, flex, max-w-3xl, And already this should move it a bit closer to the center. We can then give it a flex call to make the elements appear one on top of another, justify start, padding X of 10, as well as padding Y of 20. And that's going to make it appear right here. Now, below that, we can render a section, and this section is going to have a class name of margin top of 9, as well as bg-dark-2 and padding of 10. This is going to create a bit of a lighter rectangle. And we won't have to create all of these functionalities ourselves. Everything that has to do with users and authentication, we get by Clerk, which is phenomenal. Within this section, we're going to create a new component called account profile. And this is going to be reused across various places of our app. So let's go to our components, forms, and then within the forms, we can create account profile.tsx. That component is going to be use client because we'll be using forms, and it's going to be const account profile is equal to an arrow function. And it's going to simply return something like a div that for now can say account profile. And of course, we have to do export default account profile. Great. Now, if we save this, we can import that account profile from add/comments forms account profile. And now we don't have an error, but we do have an account profile. Now, to that account profile, we can pass some things, such as the data about the current user. And for that, thankfully, Clerk provides us with current user, which we can simply get from add clerk/Next.js. And we can say const user is equal to await current user. And since we have await, this has to be async. And now, before we pass that user over to the account profile, we want to create a new object called user data. Soon enough, you're going to see why. This user data has to have an ID, which later on will come from database. So we will have our own instance of the user in the database as well, so we can attach different threads to them. It's also going to have its own object ID, and this will also have to come from the database. So later on, we'll have a new fetch user, but fetching it from the database, not the currently logged in one, and that can be something like const user info. And later on, we'll be able to get it. For now, it can be an empty object. So we're going to combine in the user data, the data from the user info, as well as the currently logged in user. So I was wrong when I said that the ID will come from the database. The ID is the actual ID of our currently logged in user, but the object ID is the user info ._ID. And we can also add a question mark to be sure it exists. So this is coming from the database. Of course, now TypeScript is going to complain that it doesn't exist, but we're going to fix that later on. We're going to also have a username right here. And the username is going to be equal to userinfo (username), or it can simply be user.username. So whichever way we get it, it is fine. Then we have the name, which is going to be equal to userinfo.name. Of course, we can add a question mark, or it's going to be user.firstname in case we already have one from Clerk. Or finally, it can be an empty string if we don't have anything else. We have the bio, which is going to be userinfo (bio) or an empty string. And finally, an image. And this image is going to come from userinfo (image), or it's going to be user.image URL. So this way, we always ensure that we have at least something. And of course, I meant to say or right here. Even though it's complaining that these props do not exist on this userinfo object, they will once we actually fetch this data from the database. So now that we have this user data, we can pass it over as user is equal to user data, as well as btn title, which is going to be continue. This account profile is going to look different depending on where we call it. And you can immediately see TypeScript is complaining because it doesn't yet know that this account profile is accepting any props. So let's go to it. and let's make it accept some. We can do that right here by saying we're going to accept a user as well as a btn title is of a type of props. And we can define the props as an interface where we have the user, and this user is going to have an ID of a type string. It's going to have an object ID of a type string as well, a username of a type string, a name of a type string, a bio, and an image, all of type string, as well as a btn title of a type string. And now we can start creating the account profile structure. And this is the first time that we're going to start using shadcn components. Shadcn is a library of beautifully designed components that you can copy and paste into your apps. It is accessible and customizable using Tailwind, and best of all, it's open source. As you can see, this really nicely aligns with the look and feel of our general threads application, and the forms look great as well, as you can see right here. So let's immediately get some of their components. Let me show you how. We can go to components, and then we're going to go to form. You can see that they're using React Hook Form and Zod. And forms are usually tricky, but they're also one of the most common things you're going to build in a web application. So they give you everything out of the box. The anatomy of a form, including form fields and all that other stuff, as well as an example. So here is how we install different components using shadcn. You don't have to install the entire heavy library of components you're not going to use. You can simply add that form, which is going to then be added to your file tree. So let's try it out. I'm going to copy this command from ui.shadcn.com/docs components form, and I'm going to use npm as well. We can go in our terminal and paste that command right here, npx shadcn ui latest add form. It's going to ask us to install shadcn, which we can say y, as in yes. And now it's saying that we cannot yet create a new component. We first have to initialize shadcn. So let's go straight through the docs, and let's go to installation with Next.js, of course. It's going to ask us to run npx shadcn ui latest init. So let's do just that. And then it's going to ask you many questions on how you want to set up your components. So let's zoom this in, let's expand it a bit further so we can see it all well, and let's start answering those questions. Would you like to use TypeScript? Yes, we're going to use TypeScript. Which style would you like to use? We're going to use the default style. Which color would you like? We're going to use slate. In this case, the global file is in the app global CSS. Do you want to use CSS variables for colors? We're going to choose no here. Where is your Tailwind config? It is the default tailwind.config.js location. And you can also configure the import, which we're going to leave as it is by pressing enter. Utils also leave the same where it is. And then are you using React Server components? We're going to say yes. Write configuration to components JSON? Yes. So we can type Y and then proceed. This is going to write components JSON as well as initialize the project and install the necessary shadcn dependencies. There we go. So one thing that you can notice is this new file that you can see right here, components.json. This contains everything we need to get started. So now if you reopen the terminal and run the command we ran previously, npx shadcn latest add form, it actually should add the form component to our file tree. Ready to install components and dependencies? Proceed yes, and it's done. Now, if you go to components and then UI, you will see that 3 of these components have been installed: button, form, and label, and we can start using them from within our app. So now let's collapse our terminal. Now let's make this entire thing return our form. But the question is, where is that form coming from? And it's coming from shadcn, but as discussed, shadcn creates all of the instances of the components for us. So we can say import form, and that's going to be coming from, let's put it in multiple lines, from add /components /UI /form. And now we have our form right here. But we also need to do something else. We need to declare the form data that we're going to pass into it. So we can say const form is equal to use form. And this use form is coming from a package called import use form, and the package is actually called React hook form. It is a package that significantly simplifies the work with our forms. So now we have the use form, we also have the form, and we have to define it. So what do we have to pass to this use form? Well, it's going to be an object, and there we can say resolver. What is this resolver? Where there, another package that simplifies the work with forms is going to come in handy. And that package is going to be called Zod. Zod is a TypeScript first schema validation with static types. Essentially, it's going to allow you to really easily create different schemas for the fields in your form. So let's utilize it in just that way by going back here and going all the way to the top and importing Zod resolver from add hook form resolvers Zod. So this is connected to React hook form. And then we can say resolver is Zod resolver. And to it, we need to provide our own validation. And that validation we're going to specifically create by going to our lib folder and creating a new folder called validations. Inside of validations, we can create a new user.ts file because this form is for saving the user data. So how is that going to look like? Well, it is as simple as importing everything as Z from Zod. Then saying export const user validation is equal to z.object, where we pass an object inside of it and define different fields, such as profile underscore photo is equal to z.string, which we call as a function, .url .non-empty. This essentially ensures that the profile photo is a string of a type URL and it must not be empty. We can also define a name. Name can be a z.string, and then we can pass additional requirements. Maybe a min. It must be longer than 3 characters, and then a max as well, no longer than 30 characters. In case you want to provide an error message, you can do that right here as the second part, where you say message is equal to minimum 3 characters. But I do believe it's not a necessity to provide it. You can if you want to make your messages more descriptive. Now, we also have our username, so we can duplicate our name and say username, and it's going to be the same thing for it, as well as a bio. That can be a bit longer, maybe up to 1,000 characters. So bio right here. Now we're exporting this user validation, and we can use it right here within Zod resolver by saying user validation, and it's going to come from add/lib/validation/user. And now to our form, the second thing we can pass are default values. Default values is going to be an object that's going to include, as you might think, the default values which we can pass. For now, we're going to leave them empty. So we're going to say profile photo is an empty string. Then we have a name, which is also an empty string, a username, which is an empty string, and a bio, which is an empty string. Later on, once we implement edit profile or something else, we can immediately pull some data right from here. As a matter of fact, this might be useful right off the bat because we'll be getting some data from Clerk, so we can immediately display it within the form. But we're going to do that soon enough. So now we have this form, and the way it works with React hook form and the ShadCN is that you have to create that form schema, you have to do it here, you have to do a function on submit, which we're going to do really soon. But as you can see, you have to do what we did. Form, use form, Zod resolver, default username, and then you build out the actual form. So let's use their example to build it. As you can see, we have built our form, and we need to import all of these things coming from ShadCN. So let's do just that by copying this part and going all the way to the top and importing all of these components coming from UI form. They also use an input here, which we haven't yet installed, but I think it's pretty intuitive. we just call npx chatcn latest add input. And that's going to install an additional component which we can use within our code really easily. And that truly does work. It was immediately installed, and you can see an input appear within our UI folder. What else do we have? A simple form with a simple button. So let's try to copy this entire form. And let's paste it right here instead of our empty one. We don't yet have an onSubmit function, so let's also copy that from here. It's just an empty handler. So we can paste it right here. OnSubmit, we have type of form schema, which I believe we don't need at this point in time. So we can just leave it as values. And yeah, it does look like we need a type. So how do we get the type? I believe it's just coming from Zod. It's going to automatically allow us to use the type as well. And the form schema is actually a z.object. So for us, the form schema is the user validation. That's going to be the type of the onSubmit, because we're going to submit whatever has to be within this specific object. Great. So now we have our form, and we're finally ready to check it out and see how does it look like in our browser. So going back here, we have onboarding, complete your profile, and then we have a username. This is your public display name. Looking pretty good right out of the box, but it's looking a bit too white. We want to have a dark background, and we want it to suit our needs. Let me show you how it's looking on the finished site. If we go to threads, and if we log out, I'm gonna log in with a new account. Then we can see another window from Clerk asking us to add the username. I'm going to do JS Mastery 1 and click continue. And then we are redirected to the onboarding, where you can see how this modal should look like. It should be dark, it should have our profile photo, and it should have 3 fields for your name, for the username, and for the bio, as well as the button. This right now is looking far from it, but we are getting there. So let's continue working on our form. Let's get started by using the right form fields, the ones that we need in our app. And those are going to be the name, username, and the bio, as well as this great profile picture selector. So let's get started. We first have our form, and we can give that form some class names. So let's put this into 2 lines. And right here, instead of just space Y8, we can say flex, flex-call, justify-start, and gap-10. For now, this just provided some padding. We have our first form field of the day, form control, and the name is going to be profile_photo, where we render a field that has a form item, and that form item can have a class name equal to flex items-center and gap-4. Then we have a form label, and this form label is going to have a class name equal to account-form_image-label. It's a bit of a long class, but it nicely signifies what it means. Inside of here, we want to tap into the field.value, and if it does exist, then we want to render a self-closing image tag. Of course, we have to import that image from next/image, and we can set a source equal to field.value. The alt tag is going to be profile photo. The width is going to be 96 pixels, as well as the height. It can have a priority loading. This is a great prop by Next.js. And it can have a class name equal to rounded-full, as well as object-contain. So this only works if we have a profile photo to show. If we don't have a field.value, then we can render something else. And that something is also going to be an image, so we can clone it. But instead of a source of field.value, we're going to show /assets/profile.svg. The width and height can be much smaller, about 24 pixels right here. And it doesn't have to have priority. And it can only say object contain. So let's save it and let's check it out. As you can see, we have this little icon, and then you'll be able to choose your file to add it there. After the form label, we have the form control. That form control can have a class name equal to flex-1, text-base-semi-bold, as well as text-gray-200. Inside of it, we have an input. This input currently has a placeholder of chat.cn, and we're also spreading all of the props. But in our case, it's going to be an input of a type is equal to file. It's going to accept an image of all types. It's going to have a placeholder that's going to say upload a photo and a class name equal to account-form_image-input. And of course, an onChange property or handler where we have a callback function with an event where we call the handle image function, pass the event, as well as the field.onChange. Of course, this handle image is a function that we are yet to create. So let's scroll up, and above onSubmit, let's create const handle image. That's going to be a function. And for now, it can simply get the event and say e.prevent default to prevent the browser to reload. And this event, of course, has to be of a specific type. So it's going to be change event coming from React. So make sure to import it at the top. Alongside the event, we're also getting the field change, which is equal to a callback function like so, where we get the value as a string as the first and only parameter, and it doesn't return anything. So it is void. This is how React hook form works. You immediately get the value right here. Great. So now we have our input of a type file, which renders an image. So now this is going to look like this, and you can actually input your file. In this case, we won't be needing a description, so we can remove the form description as well as the form message. These came from when we copied chat.cn. And this is now looking a bit cleaner. We can now proceed to create other elements as well by copying this entire form field, which is pretty big, and then pasting it below. To create the one for our name, this one is going to be much simpler. We have a form field that has a control of for control. It has a name equal to name. And in this case, within the form label, we don't have to put these images. We simply have to say name. Okay, because this is for the name field. We don't need this class name. Rather, it's just going to be text-base-semi-bold and text-light-2. The gap can be 3 right here. And we can also add w-full, so it takes the full width of the container. And as the form control, it's going to be much simpler as well. The class name is going to be account-form_input, not an image input, and no focus. We don't have to provide an onChange because we're going to spread the default field properties, so it already knows that this is a regular type text input. That's why React hook form simplifies things so much. So if we save this, we immediately have a name input. And now we can duplicate this one 2 times. 1, 2. The second one is not going to be a name, but rather it's going to be a username. So we can also say username right here. And the last one is going to be the bio. So it looks like I've exchanged those two. The username is right here, the second to the last one. So we have a username. And then the last one is a bio. The name is bio as well. And we don't want to render a form control input, but rather a text area, because we can enter more text in there. That's going to look like this. And it's going to have rows is equal to 10. And of course, we have to import the text area by first installing it. So we can say npx chat.cn latest, and we can do text area. You can see how intuitive it is. I don't even have to search for it in the documentation because I know it exists. So once I install it, it is done. And now I can go right here where we have the input. I can duplicate that, and I can say text area coming from text area. There we go. Now if we scroll down, we have our input, we have our text area. This is looking much closer to what we need to have, which is this, but we're getting there. We still have some work to do. And finally, we have the button. This is it when it comes to the layout and the structure and all of the elements of our form. But of course, now we have to turn this into this. So let's get started with styling. When it comes to styling, we can check if our styles work by modifying our button. So for example, we want to give it a class name equal to bg-primary-500. And this should apply our Tailwind config. But as you can see, it cannot recognize the color, which means that it's not picking up on the styles. So our account profile is a component used within the onboarding. And the onboarding is a component used within the page that is within the auth layout. So if you go into here, you can notice that we're importing the globals.css. But for some reason, we only have the Tailwind imports there, nothing else. At the start of the video, I did tell you to copy and paste the modified globals.css, but it is possible that it got overridden while I was installing shadcn. So if that happened for you, simply add all of our globals one more time. And it is possible we have to do the same thing for our Tailwind config. Yep, it looks like that it overrode it. So we need a Tailwind config from the description as well. All of these files are in the GitHub gist down below, the tailwind.config.js, as well as the global CSS. So simply copy it, import it in the layout, and immediately you can see that on our localhost 3000 onboarding, it looks much closer to what it should look like. It's just that shadcn overrode our files, so now you know it for the future. Let's take a look at the errors, and it says there's a hydration error. It fails because the initial UI does not match what was rendered on the server. This is one of the more common Next.js errors, and we can read a bit more about it right here. This happens with the incorrect nesting, using type of window, or even local storage, sometimes even by using incorrectly configured CSS libraries. But another really common reason, which you might never suspect and which can be bothering you for hours, is browser extensions. So we often have many extensions in our Chrome or different browsers, but sometimes these are messing with our application. And Next.js, being new as it is, allows for many great benefits, but sometimes extensions mess with it. So as soon as I disabled one of the extensions, everything started working normally, and no longer are we getting this error. So if you have the same one, the error is not in the code. Rather, it's one of the extensions messing with your code. Great. Now let's compare this one final time to the final version. And as you can see, the labels are appearing to the left of the inputs, pushing them to the right side. And in the final version, they appear on top. So let's quickly get that fixed. And that's going to be in the account profile within our form fields, specifically where we have the form label. The form label for the first four input is okay, but for the input ones, let's see, we have the form item, which has the class name of flex. We actually don't need item center in this case. We needed that just for the image, not for the regular ones. We need the full width, as we have here, and then gap 3. And then the form label has its corresponding styles. We have the form control below. And our form control in this case doesn't have to have any styles, so it's even simpler than we anticipated. And finally, we need a flex-call here because that's going to make the name appear on top of the input. And there we go. This is the layout that we wanted to have. Wonderful. Later on, we're going to also fill these inputs with additional predefined values that we're going to get from Clerk. So now we have to copy the form input, label, and control, and the start of the input for other elements as well. So that's going to be our second or third form control for the username. So let's modify this right here and rename this to username. And finally, the last one is going to be the bio. So we can modify all of this and then just rename this back to text area. Now, if we save this, you can see it is looking exactly like it does on the finished website. And of course, it's not going to say name, it's going to say bio right here. There we go. Now let's work on getting the default values from our sign-in, because remember, the onboarding happens after we sign in, so we already have access to some of the information right here. So let's do that next. Don't forget, we're already passing the full user object through props, so we can simply say user ?.image or an empty string. We can say a similar thing for all of these. So it's going to be user.name, username, and bio. And we can simply modify this. So name, username, and bio. And if we save this, you can see that it's going to break, but not because we did something wrong, but because Next.js is protecting us. In this case, we're trying to render an image that's coming from Clerk. Clerk immediately configured it. Once we logged in using Google, it picked out the user profile. So now we have to allow the hostname imageclerk.com to allow to post images on our Next.js app. And you do that within the next config. So let's go to the next.config.js. And then inside of there, we have to add a new property called images. That's going to be an object that's going to have remote patterns equal to an array, where we have an object with a protocol equal to HTTPS, and then a host name equal to img.clerk.com. This is going to allow images from Clerk. And we can also allow all the other patterns that we're going to use later on. You can get the modified nextconfig.js from the GitHub gist down below. So simply paste it, and here we're going to add some additional patterns. But even more importantly, we are allowing the experimental server actions to be true, because this is going to be necessary later on for our Mongoose project. If you don't add server components external packages is equal to Mongoose, it's not going to know how to render those Mongoose actions, so it's not going to work. So please, while we're here in the next config, get it from down below and put it here. With that said, if we save this, go back and reload, let's see if it's going to automatically read the changes in the next config or not. It looks like not, so we'll have to rerun the application by running npm run dev. And there we go. It automatically picked out the photo from my Google profile, the name, as well as the username. This is pretty cool. And then we can also add our own bio, and then later on we'll be able to submit it. So for now, we have this pretty cool form, which is working right off the bat because we're using the React hook form, Zod, and all that good stuff. We're going to explore how the validation works later on, so you won't be able to submit values that don't make sense. And before we proceed, we also have to make our photo upload work, because not all users will be coming from Google. We also allow our users to come through GitHub or just through regular email and password. So they still have to get their cool photos uploaded right here and add all of these additional fields. So let's get started with implementing the function which we have already started working on, which is the handle image upload. To make our image upload work, we can go all the way to the top of account profile and create a new use state field. Of course, we must not forget to import use state from React, and we can call it files and set files. Of course, the set files being the setter function to the files, and at the start, it can be equal to just an empty array. The type of this use state can be set to file, or more specifically, an array of files, which is going to look like this. We can go into the handle image, and there we can read the file from the file reader. So const file reader is equal to new instance of the file reader, which we call as a function. And then we can make a check if e.target.files.length, meaning if there is something. In that case, we can read the file by saying const file is equal to e.target.files0. Then we can check right here. It says that the files does not exist on event target element. That's because this is not a regular element, it's an HTML input element. So if we do it like this, and if we fix this, it should be good. But now it's complaining that it says returns a file list object on a file type input. But now we get a different error saying e.target.files is possibly null. So maybe we can make a check if e.target.files and then e.targetFiles.length is greater than 1. In that case, we can make this here. We can also then set files, which can be equal to an array from e.target.files. If not file.type.includes image, we simply exit out of the function with a return. And then if that is not the case, we can say file reader dot onload is equal to an async function where we get the event and we can read the URL by saying const image data URL is equal to event dot question mark dot result question mark dot to string, or just an empty string in case it isn't there. And finally, we can call a field change, which allows us to update that by passing the image data URL. We're doing this because we're using React hook form, and that's how you update the field. And finally, below, we can say file reader dot read as data URL, where we pass in the file. This should allow us to change the image. So I'll try to change it to this favicon. And we can see favicon right here, but it didn't change in the display. So let's look into our form where we have the form field. We have the image. If there is a field.value of a profile photo, then we display field.value right here, which should update the actual photo. So it's called profile photo, and we are updating it right here, user.image or nothing. So if I reload the page and try one more time, yep, it still doesn't update it. Let's go to our function that sets our image, which is right here, handle image e field change. So let's see if we're properly passing the value. And this is looking good to me. So let's move away to it. There we have the e.prevent default, which we need to have to prevent a browser reload. File reader, initializing a file reader right here after, checking whether the files actually exist. And this here should be larger than 0, not larger than 1, because we're working with arrays. So now that I fixed it, it should actually pick up the change here. And there we go, it's working. So now we can properly change our profile photo as well. We can change the name, username, as well as the bio. And the last thing we have to do is implement the onSubmit function. The onSubmit is going to re-upload the new image, and it's going to update the user in our database. We're talking about a user in our MongoDB database, which we haven't yet created. So once we finalize the front-end part of the onSubmit, and once we pass the data to our backend, we'll be ready to start creating the backend side of our application. Isn't that exciting? I know that we've been working a lot on this already, but don't forget, we have the complete authentication. We're gonna have the onboarding soon, and we have the complete layout ready for us to work once we get to the homepage. But once we finalize the account creation, we'll be able to move towards the backend, implementing all of the fantastic backend logic of our project. So let's finalize the submit function, and soon after, let's get started with the backend. To get started with our onSubmit function, we can first get the value from our profile photo. And we can do that by saying const blob. Usually the value from an image is called a blob. And we can get that from values.profile_photo because we are setting it using React hook form right above. Here we have the set files, but also field change. And since this field is called profile photo, React hook form is going to update it automatically, which is why we're going to have this value. But of course, we don't know if the image has changed. So we can say const has image changed, and that's going to be equal to is base64 image, which is a function to which we're going to pass that blob. Now, where is this function coming from? Well, it's going to come from our utils. Utils are known as utility functions, functions which you can reuse across your code. So let's visit our utils.ts within the lib folder. It was automatically created for us by shadcn, but now we can add some additional things to it. In the description down below, you can find a GitHub gist, and within that GitHub gist, you'll find the final utils.ts file, which you can simply paste right here. Inside of there, you're going to notice some functions, which might seem a bit too overcomplicated, but not to worry, they weren't created by me, they were created by ChatGPT. So as you can see right here, we have this isBase64 image function, which we want to use, which takes in the image data as a string or a blob, and it simply tests the regular expression to see if this indeed is the image we're talking about. So this is pretty cool. I got this by simply saying, write a JavaScript function block of code that checks whether an image is base64, something like that. And it's going to provide you with the perfect function that you can use, but of course you can check it if it works. Now we have access to this export function isBase64, so we can go back and we can import it from add/lib/utils. And now we know whether a user has changed the image. Think about it. The image can also already be there at the start when we first load the account with Google. So this only has to happen if we re-upload the image. So if that is the case, we can say if has image changed, then we need to get the image response by saying const img res is equal to, and now we have to upload it using a package called upload thing. So we can do that at the top by importing something known as use upload thing, which is a hook coming from @/lib/upload thing. That means that we have to create an additional file right here within the lib folder, which is going to be called upload_thing.ts. And this file simply needs to contain generate React helpers. It is a function used to generate the use upload hook and the upload functions used to interact with the upload thing. So you simply need to copy the code from here. That's going to be under the docs for the uploadthing.com. And then you can go to API reference React. And then if you scroll down to generate React helpers, you can simply copy this block of code. But this uploadthing.ts is also going to be within the GitHub gist down below. Of course, modify this with the @ sign. And then we have to add an additional file at the API route. So we of course have to have the backend for image upload. So now this means that we have to create a new file right within our app, within the API folder. So that's going to be API, as well as a new folder called upload thing. And then within it, we need to have two files. The first one is going to be core.ts. And the second one is going to be a route.ts. And right here, if you go to Next.js setup using the app router, you'll be able to see the first steps that we have to make. Now, we should always use the documentation when we have access to it. So here, they even provide us with a full example of how to create the core.ts file. So we can copy this and paste it in the core.ts. And then the second step is to create a Next.js API route using the file router. So let's simply copy that as well and paste it into the route. Finally, we need to create a utils upload thing, which is what we've done just now. And finally, use it within our file, which we're going to do later on. But for now, I believe we're good. I'm going to show you how to modify the core TS and the route TS to actually make it work. So here we have our file router. Then instead of image upload, we're going to switch this over to media. We have a function with an image of a max file size of 4 megabytes, as well as we're going to add a max file count equal to 1. Of course, there has to be a comma here. Then we have a middleware where we get our user, but we're not going to be getting it from Auth because you can see this is a fake Auth action. Rather, we want to get it from Clerk. So let's simply import something at the top, and that something is going to be import current user coming from @clerk/Next.js. Then we can simply call it right here, const get user is equal to async function, where we simply await the current user. And now instead of auth, we can simply call await get user right here. That's going to give us access to the user, which means that we are authorized. And then we have the user ID being returned right here. Then on upload complete, we're simply console logging things. And this is more or less it. We have a function that's going to upload our files. Now we can also look into the route that we copied from their docs, which is right here. And here we simply have our file router coming from /core, the router, file router. This is more or less it. This simply exposes whatever we created right here, which is going to serve us for image upload. Upload thing was created to be really simple, so we'll see that in action. But of course, the next step is now to actually use that upload button or the upload thing to upload images. So let's close out of these routes, upload things, and let's move back to our account profile, inside of which we're now importing this use upload thingy. So what we can do here is we can actually use it, and we're going to define it right here as a hook by saying const start upload is equal to use upload thing, and we're going to pass in a string of media inside of it. And now we have this start upload, which we can use right here on the onSubmit. So if we have the image response, rather we're going to get the image response coming from await start upload, and we're going to pass in the files, which is exactly one file. Since this is await, we also have to turn this into an async function. So we can say const onSubmit is equal to async function, like this. There we go. This is the function block. So this is looking good. We're uploading that image, and then we can check if imgres image response exists, and if the imgres 0.fileURL exists, that means that we can actually update the values. So we can say values.profile_photo is equal to imgres 0.fileURL. This is pretty cool. With React Hook Form, you don't have to care about useState and setting the state using the setter function. You can just mutate the values like so, and it's going to take care of things at the backend. Now, this is great. We now have the image, and we are ready to submit all of the data that we're getting from our form. So we're finally there. Here, we're going to have to call a backend function to update the user profile. Wonderful. This finally allows us to close all of the files, but remember where we were, line 77 of the account profile, and then get started with creating our backend. Pretty exciting stuff, right? Let's clear our browser tabs a bit. I know while we're developing, we often have a lot of open tabs. The only thing we need is going to be our Figma, which is not really important. We have the finished website, which is deployed right here. And then we have our current developing website. So we only need that, and we are ready to get started with the backend. And writing backend code in modern Next.js 13 applications is a breeze. Let me explain why. To give you a better idea why, I want to use this interface where it allows me to draw some shapes. So in general, the majority of pages in our new Next.js 13 app are going to be server-side rendered. So server-side rendered page, right? Or at least we should strive to create the majority of our pages to be server-side rendered. Why do we want this? Because we're going to have SEO benefits, increased loading times, and much more. Now, while we have server-side rendered pages, this doesn't mean that we cannot have any kind of client components inside of it. So we can still have a couple of client-based components like this within this server-side rendered page, but the page itself is rendered on the server. Cool. So why does this matter? Well, before we had this entire server, right? Let's call this a Node.js server. And this is it. all the server code was here, and here we could have different API endpoints. So let's say this is API endpoint 1, we have API endpoint 2, and finally API endpoint 3. At least that's how it was before. And then when we had a website, we have, of course, a front end or a client-side React app that looks like this, that has, of course, many different components, just as this one has. So that's going to look like this. And what we were doing is we were making calls to this Node.js server. So we had some one-way calls, which looks like this. For example, this component, or let's put it this page, was making a request to this API endpoint that looks like this. So this API endpoint was, let's say, to fetch the user. So we have fetch user. And then this would actually make a call to our database. Let's say that this right here is our DB. So this means that our fetch user would make a call to the DB, which would then return the data over to the Node.js server, which would then ship it back to the client-side React application, right? Makes sense. This is pretty cool, and this is how we have been developing the application so far. But let me show you what we can do right now. We can completely eliminate the need for backend API routes. Why? Because we already are on the server side. So here we have different client-side components, right? This is a component 1, component 2. And if we were to make a request from a client-side rendered component to our page, we would have to call a backend API. And in Node.js, the way to create that backend API is to put it in the API folder and then create a specific route. For example, fetch user, like so. This is okay, and you can do this for some specific things. But a new paradigm that appeared in Next.js 13, and which we're going to teach in much more depth in our ebook and the upcoming Next.js 13 course. By the way, if you're watching this video and if you're liking it, you're gonna love what we do there. It's going to be like a 10-hour plus course with all the materials and everything you need to know to be a professional Next.js developer. So if you haven't already, get the first chapters of the ebook down below, and you'll also be notified once the course is launching. So with that said, let me still teach you all of that here as well. If you had a client-side component, you would have to make a request to the backend API. But considering that we're already rendering everything on the server side, the page itself, which we're going to put as this box here, can just make a call to whatever. It can be a regular JavaScript function. So no longer we have to have the Node.js server with backend routes because our entire application is server-side rendered. So that means that none of this is going to happen. Essentially, we can have a regular JS function, which we can call an action. So JS function, action. We simply make a call from our page to here, and then we make a call to here. And all of this time, we're staying within our Next.js application, like this. And all of it feels natural because we're simply writing JavaScript code at all times, not creating additional backend servers. I hope this makes sense. This is pretty powerful, and I do believe it's going to change and shape the way that the future web applications are developed. Great. So with that said, let me show you how we can create our first backend, not route, but action. Within the lib folder, we can create a new folder called actions. And considering that we're working with the users now, we can create a new file called user.actions.ts. Here, we can say use server. This means that we're using server actions. And of course, you can read more about server actions right here. They're in alpha. And this is going to allow you to simply specify when specific code should be rendered only on the server. Pretty cool stuff. Now, let's go back here. Inside of here, we first have to make a connection to Mongoose, which was that connection to the database that I was telling you about, which means that we can create a new file within the lib, and it's going to be called mongoose.ts. Inside of here, we want to import Mongoose from Mongoose. We can say let is connected is equal to false, and this is going to be a variable to check the connection status. Then we can export const connect to db is equal to an async function like so. And by the way, I have a simple question for you. You saw those diagrams that I made explaining you how the backend works. If you're watching this, please let me know in the comments down below if you'd want me to explain more stuff while I'm coding through those diagrams. I can get a graphical tablet and explain more concepts on a deeper level. So if you'd like to see more of that, please let me know. If not, just comment something else about the video. Great. With that said, let me show you how to create this connect to DB function. So we can say mongoose.set, and we can set a strict query to be equal to true. This is to prevent unknown field queries. Then we need to have a specific MongoDB URL to connect to. So if there isn't a process.env.mongodb_URL, in that case, we can return a console log that's going to say MongoDB URL not found. Then we can check if we're already connected. So if is connected, in that case, we can say already connected to MongoDB. And finally, if that is not the case, we can open up a new try and catch block, and we can try to make a connection. But of course, to be able to make a connection, we need to have an active instance of MongoDB. So let's do just that. You can go to mongodb.com and click Start for free. Then you'll need to sign up with Google or just create an account or sign in if you already have one. After signing up, you might need to choose where you want to deploy your database. We're going to choose the free version, which is going to be more than enough for our use case. You can also choose a name for your cluster, and you can click Create. Now, it's going to ask you to choose your username. I'm going to do JS Mastery, and your password. And then you can click Create User. Don't forget to remember this password or store it somewhere. And let's click Create. Then we can start from our local environment, or we can set up a cloud environment. This is going to add you for some additional things. So let's proceed with local environment. Add your current IP address, but also we'll want to add all of the addresses so that we can access this API from anywhere. So next, you can add your current IP address and click Finish and Close. Great. Let's go to Databases and then also allow access from anywhere. This is going to make sure that you have less problems with deployment and the app is going to be accessible anywhere. Great. Now this is pending. While it is pending, we can go to Database. We can click Connect and you can choose your drivers. We want to choose Node.js. You have to install MongoDB, which I believe we have, and then you have to add your connection string to your application. So let's simply view the full code sample, and that's going to look something like this. The only thing we need in this case is the URI string. So let's copy it and click Close. Now let's go to our environment variables by going to env.local, and there you can put your MongoDB _URL is equal to this string right here. Of course, you'll have to update your username and your password. Once you have your environment variable, we are ready to connect. The only thing you have to do is say await mongoose.connect, and we're going to pass in the process.env.mongodb_URL. Then we're going to set the connected to true, and then we can console log connected to MongoDB. Finally, if we have an error, we can simply console.log that error. This is it. This is the connection to Mongoose. And now that we have it, we can go back to user actions. Within here, we can create a new function to update the user. So we can say export async function update user. And we can just say that this update user function is going to return a promise and it's going to be void, just like so. Now, inside of here, the first thing we can do is call the connect to DB function, which is coming from /mongoose. And finally, we can start making calls to our database. But to actually modify our database, what do we need to have? Well, we need to have models. So let's create a new folder right here within the lib folder, which can be called models. And there we can create a new user.model.ts. And I hope you can see what I meant when I said that everything is unified and everything in Next.js is like you're writing just JavaScript code. No frontend, no backend, everything is here. User actions, user model, the app. You don't even know whether you're in backend or frontend because it all feels so natural. Of course, at the start, it's a bit weird because it gives you so much power. So you're asking yourself, hey, should I be really doing this? But the answer is yes. I'm going to teach you how to, for the first time, use Next.js 13 the way it's supposed to be used. To be fully honest, it took my team and I about 6 months to a year to properly change our mindset around how to write Next.js 13 applications. Because if you approach them as if you're approaching a React application, that's not the right way. Of course, it is React, but you have to change your mindset. And hopefully this course teaches you how to do that, and then our pro course even more. So with that said, let's create this user model by importing mongoose from mongoose. Let's say const user schema is equal to new mongoose schema, and then we have an object inside of it. We can set the ID, which is going to be of a type is equal to string, and the required is equal to true. We also need to have a username, which is also going to be type string, required true, and also unique is going to be set to true as well. Then we're going to have a name, which is going to be of a type is string and required is true. Image can simply be of a type string. Bio can be of a type string. And then, most importantly, we have threads. So one user can create many threads, which means that threads has to be an object of a type is equal to mongoose.schema.types.objectID and the ref to thread, a string of thread. So what does this mean? This means that one user can have multiple references to specific threads stored in the database. Pretty cool stuff, right? After that, we can have the onboarded status, which is going to be type Boolean and default to false. Remember, once we create an account, we have to go through the onboarding where we choose our profile photo, bio, and the username. And finally, we have something cool, which are communities. One user can belong to many communities, and a community, again, is a type mongoose.schema.types.objectID and a reference to a community instance stored in the database. Great. This is all that we have for our user schema. So what we can do is we can export that user model by saying const user is equal to mongoose.models.user or mongoose.model user where we pass in the user schema. Why are we doing it this way? Well, for the first time, the mongoose models is not going to exist. So it's going to fall back to creating a mongoose model user based on the user schema. But every second time we call it, it's already going to have a mongoose model in the database. So it's going to know to create it off of that instance. And finally, we can export default the user model. Now, back in our user actions, we can say await user.find1 and update. And I didn't even see it, but it automatically imported the user from /models/user.model. Now, how do we update? Well, this is going to take a couple of parameters. Let's try to see what each one does. The first one, we can pass an object of a specific ID. So we can say ID is going to be equal to user ID. And this user ID is going to come through props, or rather params to this function. So right here, we can accept a user ID of a type string. Once we find the user we want to update, we want to actually apply the updates. So that's going to go into the second object of this function right here, where we can say username is going to be equal to username dot to lowercase. We always want to lowercase it just to be sure. And then what else do we want to do? Well, we can provide all of the other fields. Of course, username itself is also going to come through params. So we can now put this into multiple lines so it's easier to see. And we can also accept the username. Of course, we're going to also have the name, which is of a type string, the bio of a type string, the image as well of a type string, and finally the path of a type string. Now we can pass those values in. We have the username, the name, the bio, the image, and the onboarded status is going to be set to true. Finally, we have additional options, which is upsert of true. And if you hover over the upsert, it's not really going to provide you a lot of information, but a quick Google search is going to say that upserting simply means both updating and inserting. Okay, makes sense. So it's a database operation that will update an existing row if a specified value already exists, and insert a new row if the specified value does not exist. Pretty cool to know. Great. So this is it. And then we want to simply say if path is triple equal to /profile/edit, then we want to also call a revalidate path and then pass a path. So if you don't know what this one does, let's try to figure it out together. Revalidate path is a Next.js function that allows you to revalidate data associated with a specific path. This is useful for scenarios where you want to update your cached data without waiting for revalidation to expire. Pretty cool stuff. So if we're updating the profile, we can revalidate it. And all of this should have been in a try and catch block. So we do it in a try, and then in the catch, we actually just throw a new error. So let's say throw new error. That's going to have a template string of failed to create update user. And we're going to console log the error dot message as well. Error is complaining because it doesn't know of which type is the error. So for now, we can say it's of a type any. Great. And this is our function to update the user. And let me ask you a question. Did you remember the line number that we have to get back to on the front-end side right now that the backend is done? I believe it was 77. So believe it or not, that was it. At least we have created the first action, model, and connection to Mongoose and MongoDB. So going back to components, forms, and then account profile, I was right. Update user profile, line 77. So now here we have to call await update user. And this update user is coming from add/lib/actions/user.actions. And what do we need to pass to it? Well, we need to pass values.username, values.name, values.bio, values.profile photo, user.id, and path name. And this path name, of course, has to come from Next.js. And we can get the path name because this is a use client. So we can simply import right here a use path name as well as a use router. And that is coming from next/navigation. We can utilize that hook right here. Const router is equal to use router, as well as const path name is equal to use path name without any braces, just like so. And now we have access to the path name as well, so we know whether we're updating or not. Now, please allow me to point your attention to one thing. Well, I guess that's why I'm here, to point your attention to all of the things, but this one in particular. So if we open up the update user, and if we put it side by side, you can notice that we're passing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 params into this function. And we're here passing 6 params as well. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. But keep in mind that they might not be in the same order. So here we're passing the username as the first one, the name bio as the second one, and here the username is the second one and the name is third one, and the user ID is the first one, which is the second to last one right here. So if we were to proceed with this, all of our database values would be completely mixed up, and it simply wouldn't even work because we would be passing username as the user ID, and it will not be able to find a specific user by ID, right? So how do we solve this? Well, of course, we could rearrange it so that the values are actually in the right order, but still, you could make a mistake later on, right? Here's a little pro tip that I learned while developing these larger applications. If you simply put everything inside of an object and pass that one object as the one and only parameter, you're going to make your life so much easier, because then you don't have to make sure that you're passing it in the right way or in the right order. Here, it prompts you to specify the names of your keys, and then you can give them the values. So now we can pass the user ID, username, name, bio, image, and all that good stuff, and we can simply assign them specific values. For example, username is values that username, name is values that name, bio is values that bio, and I think you get the point, right? Image is going to be profile photo, and path is going to be path name, and then the user ID, I believe, is a user ID. So now if we remove these values, we're still calling the same function, but it's complaining. It's saying expected 6 arguments, but got 1. So now we simply have to wrap this right here in an object, which means that we're essentially just destructuring the first parameter that we are given. And we can remove these TypeScript declarations from here and just put it like this. Now it's going to complain because it doesn't know of which types these values are. So to solve that, we can say of a type, we can say props, or rather params in this case. And then we can define the interface params, which is going to get all of these values. So user ID is a string, username is a string, name is a string, bio is a string, image is a string, and path is a string as well. The user ID is actually going to be the user.id because it's coming from Clerk. And we have to add commas to end this as well. Now we have no more errors, but what we have achieved is pretty cool. We made our applications less error prone. Why? Because now we're passing one object, and what we're doing here is we're just destructuring the values from that object. And a cool thing now is that we can pass them in any order that we want. We can also mix and match here. Doesn't matter in which order they are, because we're going to pass the entire object, and then we can simply destructure the individual properties from there by name. Great. I hope you understand why this makes our code less error prone, because we're much less likely to make a mistake here. And also by using TypeScript, we're going to know exactly that we're missing one field that we have to pass. It's going to say immediately missing one field. Pretty cool thing. Once again, if you like these little tips, there's going to be so much more of them in the Next.js course we're creating. My team and I are really pouring our hearts and soul into creating that and making it the best Next.js ebook in the Next.js course out there. So if you're loving this video that we're leaving for free, you're going to love what you're going to see in there. But with that said, let's proceed. We now have our update user. We're calling that update user with the account profile. And what do we do after we update it? Well, we can redirect. We can say if path name is triple equal to profile / edit. In that case, we can just do router.back to go to the previous page after editing. But in this case, we can say else simply router.push to the /. So we want to go from the onboarding to /. And of course, let's fix the spelling here. And I believe we should be good. We can now actually take all of the values from the onboarding and pass them over to the user creation later on. What we can do is we can go to the update user and we can simply console log the output, because I'm just wondering what it's going to be to see that the user has indeed been created. Or we'll be able to see it within the database as well immediately. So let me reload this page on the onboarding just to ensure everything is good. Even though we have a great profile photo here, I will update it to ensure that the upload photo works as well. So I'm going to go to downloads and put this JS Mastery Pro logo right here. The name can be Adrian at JS Mastery. The username can be JS Mastery, and the bio can be the real JSM. And let's click submit. Before I do that, I want to do a couple of things. I want to open up the console here and expand it because, we wrote a lot of code and there could be some errors. So I want to just open up the inspect element, the console, clear it, and just get ready for anything that the consoles throw at me. So let's click submit. Okay. We have the first one connected to DB and everything compiled successfully. We have one error here. Upload thing dev server is working, but we haven't set our secret in media's router config or uploaded the upload thing secret. So yeah, we have to make that work as well. So to make it happen, we can go to uploadthing.com and click sign in or get started. You can sign in with GitHub. You can create a new project. I'm going to call it threads. And we don't have to pass the app URL. And we can go to API keys. Finally, we can copy the keys and paste them to our .env.local. So let's simply paste them here below the MongoDB URL. Now, I believe that it should automatically reload our application after the change in the .env.local, and we can try to recreate the call that we've made before. It looks like it pushed us right here, but I'm not sure if the account was actually created. This might have confused the database a bit, but let's see what is the state. I'm going to go to the cluster, to the collections, and then to users, and we can see one user right here. And it does look like there is some kind of a photo there. So we'll see how that was. But for now, everything seems good. The user is here. This is great. As you can see, we're now logged into our application. We have gone through the onboarding. And if we try to now log in with the same account, we shouldn't be able to see that onboarding again. It should lead us straight to the homepage. So let's test it out. And it looks like I'm redirected to the onboarding again. Let's try it one more time. I'm going to say the real JSM and click submit. There we go. Upload successful. Upload thing 200 as well, connected to MongoDB. And we are back at the homepage. Now it says simulating file upload. Clerk to request upload thing is redirected because there's no signed in user and the path is not included in the ignore routes. I believe this right here is just a little helper from Clerk telling us that we can further improve our application. For now, we can keep it as it is, and then if we notice any issues later on, we can get back to fix it. But with that said, we are back on our homepage. We're logged into our personal account and we are ready to create some posts. So finally, we can create a create thread page and we can get started with creating some posts because we cannot read the posts if we don't yet have any. So let's go to app, root, and then right here, we can create a new folder called create thread and a new page.tsx within it. Inside of there, we can do a simple async function page. And we can also export default.page at the bottom. Inside of there, we can return an h1 that's going to say create thread. And this can have a class name equal to head-text. So if we now save this, go back, you can now see a create thread page. Also the active status on our nav item switched, and we can now move between the two. Great. So what are we actually going to have inside of here? Well, first of all, we want to know which user is currently creating the thread. So what we can do is we can immediately get some useful things from Clerk. And that useful thing we have already used before. It's going to be import current user coming from add clerk/Next.js. While we're here, we can also import the redirect functionality coming from Next navigation. And then at the top, we can say const user is equal to await current user. If there is no currently logged in user, we can simply return null. So if no user, we can say return null. I believe clerk would also redirect us automatically if we're not logged in. So that's a pretty cool thing as well. But if we do have a user, we can fetch its data from the database by saying const user info is equal to await fetch user, where we pass in the user ID. So this fetch user is another user action that we need to create. So for now, we can collapse our current update user, and just below it, we can create a second one, which is going to be a fetch. It's going to be much simpler. So we can say export async function fetch user. It's going to accept only one parameter of user ID, which is of a type string. It can have a try and catch block. We want to connect to the database first at the top. And then as soon as we connect, we want to simply return await user.find1. There we pass the ID as the user ID, and then we call a .populate method on it. And there, later on, we'll want to populate the communities. Right now, I believe we don't have any communities connected to .user, but let me show you. If we space it like this, the path to the populate is going to be communities, and then the model is going to be community. We don't have access to this yet, but we will have it soon. So for now, we can simply comment this out. And then we can throw a new error that's going to say failed to fetch user with the error message of a type any if something goes wrong. But for now, we're simply returning that user from the database. This is important because later on, we'll know which communities does that user have access to. Great. Now we can collapse this function as well, go back to the page, and import it from add/lib actions user actions. Well, what we can do is we can make a check if no user info (onboarded). So if it's false, then we want to redirect to the onboarding. Okay, so this is going to allow us to move all the users that maybe switch their URL bar manually. We're going to bring them back to the onboarding if they haven't onboarded yet. At the same time, this is a good check for us as well to see if we're properly onboarded. So if I reload the page here, and if we're still there, it means that we are good. And once we have all of that info, we can now return not only an H1, but also a new React fragment that's going to look like this. And then within it, we can have an H1, but also we can render a new component called post thread, which is essentially going to be a form. And to it, we're going to pass a user ID equal to user info ._ID. Now, of course, we don't yet have access to this post thread component. It's going to be one of our form components. So we can create a new component within the form components, and it's going to be called post thread.tsx. Inside of there, we can create a new function, post thread. This is, of course, functional component. And it's going to accept the user ID as the first and only prop. So we can say this is going to be equal to user ID of a type string. Now, inside of here, we can immediately return something. So we can say return. And later on, it's going to be a form, but for now, it can be an H1 that's going to say post thread form. And save, and of course, export default post thread. There we go. So now if we go back, we can import it coming from add/components, forms, post thread. And now if we save this and reload, you can see if you hover over it, post thread form, which means that now we are ready to dive into the post thread and start creating the second form of our application. We had the first one for the onboarding, but now we're going to have the second one for posting a thread. And I'm going to show you that a lot of things are really similar. once you understand how Zod works and how React hook form work, the majority of things is going to be pretty similar. As a matter of fact, so similar that we can go back into our previous form and we can immediately just copy some stuff from here. I'm going to copy the entire top part. So everything from use form right here, including all of the imports and everything that we had from before. So everything from the end of the use form all the way to the top. I'm going to copy it and paste it right here above the post thread right here. Now we can remove this const account profile and move the actual states within this functional component right here. There we go. Of course, we're going to switch this later on. Now let's look into the imports that we have here. Which ones do we need for this form as well, and which ones can we get rid of? Well, first of all, we will need everything from Zod, so this is good. We will need the use form from React hook form, so those two are looking good to me. We will need a button, as well as the majority of things from the form components coming from chat.cn. There's one more that we're going to need, which is called a form message. And I believe we missed the form message in the previous form. We also needed it there, but I think I just forgot to add it. The form message is the error message that appears if something goes wrong. So we definitely want to add the form message within the account profile as well. And then we want to add it as a self-closing component below every single form control. So you have a form control here. We want to add a form message as a self-closing component. This is going to show the error message. And we can repeat that procedure for all 4 of our fields right here. There we go, just to be sure. Now we can go back. We have the form message and everything we need. In this case, we won't be needing an input, but we will be needing a text area. The Zod resolver has to be there. Later on, we're not going to have a user validation, but rather a thread validation. So I'm going to put this at the bottom because we're going to switch it later on to our new validation. The use router and use path name are going to come in handy, but we won't be using the upload thing, nor the base64, nor the change event and use state from React, nor the image. So we can remove these 4. The update user is definitely going to be switched. It's going to be update thread or create thread later on. So for now, we can comment out these 2. And as you can see, a form is a form, right? You're going to notice as we create more of these forms, they're always going to follow specific structure. Importing the use form hook from React hook form, a button to submit it, as well as the form fields and text area inputs, and then Zod for validation. Now, we won't be having state in this file, and we don't have to worry about images, so we can remove that. The form is also going to be a bit simpler. Later on, add thread validation here. And then the default values are going to be simpler. We're simply going to say thread is an empty string. And then the account ID is equal to user ID, which is coming through props. And while we're here, why not immediately do the thread validation? So we already know how to do it. So we have to go to, that's going to be validations, and create a new thread.ts within the validations folder. We can copy this user validation, paste it into the thread one, and then there we can rename it to thread validation, z.object, and then we're going to have a thread, which is going to be a z.string dot non-empty, and then finally dot min. That's going to be 3, and we can put the message there of minimum 3 characters. Of course, you can add the maximum as well, but this is good enough for now. And then the second field we need is the account ID, which is of a z.string. So this is just ensuring that we pass all the necessary fields into our form. And later on, we're going to also be working with comments. So while we're here, we can create a comment validation because it is incredibly similar to this one. It's also going to have a thread validation because every comment is a thread of its own. So now with that said, we can go back to our post thread. And at the top, instead of user validation, we can import the thread validation coming from validations thread. Great. And now we can use it right here within the Zod resolver. And we are ready to create a form. Now, how is our form going to look like? Well, forms also are quite similar. So what we can do is we can go to our account profile and we can copy the start of the form, which is this part right here, right? And we can paste it into the post thread right here. Let's expand our return. Of course, we have to close both of the forms, just like so. And then we can also copy one of the form fields. Let's do a second one here for the name. We can copy it. We can paste it right here within the form. In this case, it's going to be a form control with a name equal to thread. Of course, lowercase. It's going to return a form item. The form label is going to say content of the thread. We do have a form control then. And it's going to render a text area instead of an input. And we can give it a property of rows, which is equal to about 15 maybe. Instead of giving a class name to a text area, we can give a class name to this form control. That's going to be no focus, border, border-dark-4, bg-dark-3, and text-light-1. This is going to make it pop. And finally, we must not forget an onSubmit handler. So we can say const onSubmit is equal to a function that's going to look something like this. Now, if we save the post thread, we should finally be able to see our create thread page. And there it is. You can see create thread, content is here, and then we have our actual text area. Of course, we can apply some additional class names to this, such as mt10 to divide it a bit from the top. And that's going to make it look like this, where we have the content and then we have the actual form field. But of course, what is missing from this simple create thread form? Well, a button, right? At the bottom of this form, we need to have a simple button. So it's going to be still within the form. We're going to use a shadcn component that's going to have a type equal to submit, which is going to call the onSubmit handler, and a class name of bgPrimary500. And now we can simply call the post thread. If we save it, the button is here. And now, once we click it, it's going to call this function. So now we have to implement the logic for creating a thread. Pretty exciting, right? I mean, we've came to the creation of the post really soon after the creation of the user. You're going to start notice how now that we have the layout and the general structure of the application, as well as the general database connected and all here set up within the actions, models, mongoose, and all that good stuff, it's all going to become so easy and second nature, because for every single new model and every single new action that we add, we can simply reference the current structure that we have. So with that said, to implement the onSubmit, we simply have to call await, because this is an async action, so we can turn this into an async. And we have to call await create thread. Of course, this is a backend action which we can create next. So let's go into not anymore user actions, but rather, you know the deal. We're going to create a new actions file called thread.actions.ts. And then within thread actions, we can create a new export async function, create thread, that is going to look like this. Of course, it's going to accept some parameters, but let's not pass them one by one, as we said before, but rather as an object of a type, props, or rather in this case, it's params. Okay, so let's define those params at the top, interface, params, and now we can define it. What does our thread need to have? It's going to be text of the thread, which is a string, an author of the thread, which is a string as well, community ID, if it belongs to a community, which can be a string or a null, and then a path, which is going to be a string. We can now accept those props right here by saying that we want to get a text, we want to get a author, we want to get a community ID and the path, and I do believe all of this fits nicely in one line as well. There we go. So now we can actually open up this function block. And the first thing we need to do is connect to DB. And you simply call it as a function and import it from /mongoose. And then we can create a thread. We can save it in a variable that says const created thread is equal to await thread.create. But hey, what is this thread? Think about it for a second. We had a similar thing with user. Right here, we had user.find1 or user.create. So what is the thread? Well, it's a Mongoose MongoDB model, which we haven't yet created. So let's go into models and create a new thread.model.ts. And we can now copy the user model, paste it in the thread, remove the majority of these fields, or all of them as a matter of fact, rename this from user schema to thread schema, rename the Mongoose model from user to thread right here, and to thread right here, and to thread right here as well. Please ensure that nowhere on this file the word user is mentioned at this point. This is really important because if you don't copy everything that we have right here, thread schema here, thread, it's not going to work because it's going to think you're creating the user. So what does our thread have? Well, it has the text, which is of a type string and required to true. It's going to have the author property, which is going to be this time a type of mongoose.schema.types.objectID, and it's going to be a reference to the user, and the required also is going to be set to true. Then it's going to have a community, and the community is going to be of a type is equal to mongoose.schema.types.objectID, and the ref is going to be community. It's going to have a created add, which is going to be of a type is date, and the default is date.now. It's also going to have a parent ID in case this thread is a comment, which is going to be of a type is equal to string. Okay, some pretty cool stuff is happening here. And then it's going to have children. Children is going to be an array where we're going to have an object that is of a type, once again, mongoose.schema.types.objectID, but this time a reference to itself. Okay, what does this mean? This means that one thread can have multiple threads as children. Okay, and what we're doing here is recursion. So we have one original thread, let's call it thread original, and then somebody can post a comment on that thread. So thread comment 1. Somebody can post the second comment, thread comment 2. But then that comment itself, somebody can comment on that as well. So then we're going to have parent of these two children, and then this is going to become the parent itself of this child right here. So it's a multi-level commenting functionality, which is pretty cool. Great. Now, what we can do is, this is it. We can export this thread schema and the thread model, and we can get started with using it right here within thread actions. We can import thread from /models thread.model. And then what do we need to pass to it? Well, it's going to be text, author, and community. Now, this community is sometimes going to be a community ID if that member is a member of a community, or it's simply going to be null. So we're going to figure that out later on. For now, we can simply leave it as null. It's going to be cool to come back here and then implement the communities after all, once we have the basic user creation functionalities. Now, once we have created a thread, we also need to update the user model. So we can say update user model, or rather that instance of a specific user, by saying await user.findById and update, where we have the author, and then we can update it like so by pushing threads created thread._id. And of course, the user is coming from models, user.model. So it's not only enough to create a thread, but we have to push it to that specific user who created it, okay? Because if you look into the models of the user indeed has access to references of different threads that they created. Great. And finally, we want to revalidate the path. So we can call revalidate path and pass in the path, which is going to make sure that the changes happen immediately on our Next.js website. So for now, this is it. Later on, we're going to add the community functionalities, but for now, users can only create their own posts. And we can go back to our page, or rather to our post form, and we can now actually call the create thread, which is coming from @/lib actions thread.actions. So please import it. And once you do so, you'll need to pass all of the values to it. So the values that we're going to pass are going to be text, which is of a value, values.thread, not get random values, but rather values.thread. We can expand this and we can check what else do we have to pass. It's going to be text, author, community ID, and path. So let's simply paste all of these here. The text, as we have already said, is going to be values.thread. And the question is, where are these values coming from? And the values are coming right on our onSubmit because it has been created by React hook form. So immediately here, we get the values. And those values are of a type, z.infer, type of, thread validation. So we immediately know what type is that of. And this is type of. There we go. So now we have values.thread. The author is going to be user ID. The community ID is going to be null for now. So we can say community ID is null. And then path is going to be the path name. Let's see how we defined it here. There we go, path name. So now we're passing all of the necessary values to create a thread. And once we create a thread, we want to move over, or rather use the router.push to push to the homepage, or the / to see our great newly created post. Now, it seems like we have an error saying cannot read properties of undefined reading thread at mongoose.models.thread. So let's see what that is about. We can go to our models, thread.model, and here it's mongoose.models.thread. So apparently it's saying that the models is undefined. So it doesn't allow us to get the models and throws an error, but that shouldn't be the case because the models should always exist on the mongoose object. It is an array containing all the models. So let's see where we're calling this object. We're calling it in the create thread actions. So if we go to our actions, thread actions, we do call connect to DB at the top, which is referencing to our function. That's looking good. We call create thread, thread.create, we pass all the values. We update the user and then revalidate path. This is looking good to me, but what we can do is we can wrap this in a try and catch block as well. So let's do just that. All of these things should go in a try. So we're trying to make it work. And then if it doesn't work, we can get a more meaningful error message if we catch it. So that's going to be throw new error. And we can say something like error creating thread, and then we can console log the error dot message. And we can leave the error as type any. Now, if we save this, we're not even trying to execute this. The error happens before, if you think about it, because we're not even calling the create thread function. The error happens immediately within the thread.model.ts, which is a bit weird if you think about it, because we have the same structure within the user model, right? We have user, mongoose.models.user. Here we have thread, mongoose.models.thread. So let's think about why we're getting an error right now. Let's see where our thread.model.ts file is imported. So we can search for thread.model.ts, and it seems like it's nowhere. but maybe we can just search for /thread. And we can see that it's being imported right here. And this is within thread actions. And do the thread actions have any differences from our user actions? If you pay close attention, you're going to notice one difference. And that is that here we use this use server directive, and here we don't. So at the top, we can say use server, and that should fix the error. There we go. Now, why did this happen? Well, that's because we can't directly create database actions through the browser side. One reason is, of course, cross-origin requests. It doesn't allow it. That's why we develop APIs and new servers. Databases are mostly server or API services. So this simple Next.js directive makes it all work. And this means that now we can post our first thread. Let's say something like Next.js 13 is great, especially server components, and use server directive. And let's post it. We got redirected to the homepage, which is good, but now the final question is, was our collection of a thread created? So let's try to just reload it by clicking refresh here. And you can see that we have threads, and within the thread, we have a text, Next.js 13 is great, and we have a community of null, children of array, and we have our author. This is great. Let's see if this author ID corresponds to our ID. And here with the users, it is the same one. So this is great. Our first thread has been created, and this means that we can actually fetch it within our homepage. So now we can close all of the currently open files, collapse it, go to app, root, page.tsx, and then we can start implementing the homepage by finally fetching our threads. So let's do that next. Inside of our homepage, we can start by fetching the posts. So how is that going to look like? Well, you know the drill. We can do something like await fetch posts, which is our server action. And this is going to return a result. So we can say const result is equal to await fetch posts. Now, of course, we have to turn this into an async function. So we can say async function home. And now we have to create this server action. So let's do that next. You know the drill. Let's go to the lib actions, thread actions. And then now on top of our create thread, or rather on the bottom of it, we can create our fetch threads, or rather fetch posts, how we called it right here. But either way is fine. So that's going to be export async function fetch posts or threads. But once you do one, make sure to stick with it. And we can pass two different things to it. A page number, which we can set the default by 1, as well as a page size, which the default can be 20. And that is it. As you know the drill, we have to connect to DB first. So we make a call, and then we can just start finding the posts. So we can say const posts, or rather posts query is equal to thread.find. And now here we can pass the requirements of our search. So here we want to fetch the posts that have no parents. And these are top level threads. So threads that do have parents are common. And we do not want to find comments. We only want to find real threads. So the way we do that is we say, give me the threads that the parent ID is in, and it's going to be either null or undefined. There we go. And then we can further sort it, skip it, or limit it. Let's start with .sort, and we can say created add is going to be descending, which means that the newer ones are going to show up first. Then we can implement pagination as well. For the pagination to work, we need to know on which page are we on. So we need to calculate the number of posts to skip depending on which page we are on. So we can say const skip amount is equal to page number -1, because the first page is going to immediately show the posts, and then times page size. So this is going to skip 10, 20, or 30 to only give us the next page. So we can now use this by saying skip amount. Then we can limit to the page size, and then we need to populate. So what we're going to populate is going to be the path of author, and the model is going to be user. So we want to populate with the user model. We also want to populate with something else. So we can recall the .populate, and we can pass a path of children. So this is to ensure that we have any comments. This is the path. But now things are going to get just a bit more complicated. We're diving into a bit of a recursion here. We have path, but then we can again populate, choose what we want to populate, the path of the author, the model of the user, and we want to select the _ID, name, parent ID, and image. So we only want to select specific things because we don't need to share everything, considering that this is a children thread or a comment. So we're populating the creator, the children, which are comments, and everything is good. Now we also need to know the total posts count, because we're going to need it later on for the total number of pages. So to know that, we can create a new variable, total posts count is equal to await thread.count documents. And we also need to count documents in the same way that we did before, where we only want top level documents, not comments. So we can take the parent ID right here and put it within it. Then we can say const posts is equal to await post query.execute or exec. And then we can say, do we have a next page? So const is next is equal to if total posts count is larger than skip amount plus post.length, that means that we do have the next page. So we can return an object containing all the posts for that page and is next. I know that this is a bit of a more complicated fetch posts function, but we're immediately implementing the pagination right here. Great. Now we know that we have to pass two parameters to it, page number and page size. So going back, we can call this fetch posts. We can import it from add/lib actions thread actions. And for now, we can hard code the page, which is going to be 1, as well as the total number of posts, which can be 30. Later on, we're going to make this work dynamically with pagination. Now, let's see if we actually are getting our posts by console logging them right here. Console.log result. And let's check it out. Now, if you open up the console right here, you're going to see something weird. And that is that the console log is not happening, even though we are on the correct route on the home page. That's because we don't have a use client directive right here at the top, which means that this is rendered on the server as we discussed before. So the console log is going to appear here, and we indeed do have one of our posts, which is great. So now we can actually ensure to render it on the screen, which is what we have been trying to do this entire time. So below the H1, let's create a new section, and that section is going to have a class name equal to mt-9 for margin top, flex-col, so they appear one below another, and the gap of 10 to provide some space. Then we want to see if results, or rather result.posts.length is triple equal to 0, meaning there's no posts. In that case, we can return a p tag saying something like no threads found. And this can have a class name equal to no result. But on the other hand, if we do have some posts, we can render another thing, which is a React fragment. And there we can do result.posts.map, where we loop over each individual post and return a thread card for each one of these posts. And while we're here, even though we haven't created it yet, we already know what we have to pass to it. First, we have to define the key, which is equal to post._id. Then we have to provide the ID just as a prop as well, post._id. We need to also provide the current user ID, which is going to be equal to user.id. And this is again coming from Clerk. We've already used this before, so you know how it works. We have to import the current user coming from @Clerk/Next.js. And then right here, we can say const user is equal to await current user. So now that we have the user, we're also passing that user.id, and we can put a question mark right here just to ensure that the ID actually exists. Then we can pass a parent ID, which is going to be post.parentID. Although it should be null in this case because this general post doesn't have a parent, it's not a comment. We need to pass the content, which is the post.text, the author, which is the post.author, the community, which is the post.community, created ad, which is the post.created ad, and comments, which is the post.children. And now we can go ahead and create this thread card. So it's going to be a new component, this time within components, and then cards. It's going to be called thread card.tsx. Inside of here, we can create a new const thread card, which is going to be a functional component. And we already know that we're getting some props. So which props are we getting? Well, all of these right here. So you can hold Alt, or I believe it is Option on Mac, and you can copy all of these. And then press Ctrl C or Command C to copy it. And you can destructure them right here from props. And of course, we have to provide commas after each one. There we go. Now we have to say that this is of a type is equal to props. So we need to define the interface of props right here at the top by saying interface props. And then we need to define what each one of these types is. So the ID is going to be of a type is string. Then we have the current user ID, which is also a string. We have a parent ID, which is either a string or a null, as we discussed before. The content is going to be of a type string. Author is going to be more complicated. It's going to be an object with a name equal to string, an image equal to string as well, and also an ID equal to string. By creating these specific types, we're going to immediately know what values do we have access to when we read those props. Then I noticed that here I should have put this sign right here to say or, and then after that we have community. Community is also going to have an ID of string, a name of string, and then image of string. Or it's going to be null. So maybe we don't have community if it doesn't belong to one. Created ad is going to be a string, and comments is going to be an array. So we can say comments, and comments is going to have an author, which is going to have an image of a type string. In this case, we don't yet have to show the actual comment. We just have to show who the commenters are, because this is just a general thread card and not the thread details page where we can read all of the comments. And then we can add the array sign here to indicate that we're going to have multiple comments. And then finally is comment, which is going to be a Boolean, and it's not required. So that's going to look like this. And now we can collapse this. So finally, now that we're getting these props, we can return an article. Again, this is like a div, but it's an HTML5 semantic tag, which we usually use for cards. Immediately, let's try to show some content. The content we can show is the text itself. So we can render maybe an h2, give it a class name equal to text-small-regular and text-light-2. And within it, we can render what? It's going to be content of that specific thread. Now, if we save this and go back, of course, we have to import the thread card. And to import it, we have to first export default thread card. And then what we have to do is we have to import it right here, which is coming from add/components/cards/thread card. Now it complains a bit, saying cannot find thread card, even though we imported it at the top, but it looks like this is good. So now the error is gone, but it's complaining about the current user, saying that this could potentially be null. Interesting. TypeScript is trying to save us here. So let's see what we can do. Well, we can say user ID, or it's going to be an empty string. So this way, it's always going to be a string that's getting passed in. And there we go. We can see one of our first posts. Next.js 13 is great, especially server components and use server directive. This is great. We can close the additional tabs that we have opened, as well as the console. I might as well update my Chrome. But the point is, we can now get started with creating the layout of our card, and everything is slowly starting to make sense. So let's continue with the card structure. First, let's provide a class name to the article itself, which is the actual card. And it can be a flex container, w-full for full width, flex-col, so the elements appear one on top of another, rounded-xl, and bg-dark-2, as well as a padding of 7. Now, if we save this, and there we go. So now it is an actual card, but let's make the contents inside of it look even better. So right here within the article, we're going to create another div that's going to be a container of flex, items-start, and the justify-between. Inside of it, we can have another div that's going to have a class name equal to flex, w-full, flex-1, flex-row, and gap-4. And inside of it, finally, we can have another div which is going to contain a link that's actually going to be an image, the profile photo. So it's going to have a class name equal to flex, flex-col, and items-center. Finally, now that we have the structure, we can put a link within it. And this link is going to come from next/link. Of course, every single link needs to have an href property. And this time it's going to be dynamic. So we can say /profile / and then author.id. So it's going to link to the profile of the creator of the thread. And it can have a class name equal to relative, h-11, and w-11 for height and width. Finally, within it, we can render a self-closing image tag, and image is of course coming from next/image. Let's give it a source property equal to author.image, an alt tag equal to profile image, fill, and then class name equal to cursor-pointer, as well as rounded-full as profile images usually are. Now, if we save this, I reloaded the page and there we go. So already this is looking much better, but now below this link, we can render a self-closing div. And this div is going to have a class name equal to thread-card_bar. So now if we save this, it just provided some more space. What we can do is we can check out this class name and what it does by going to search. And then here you can see it's just going to apply margin top, grow, rounded full, and a neutral background. Now below the div we created and below one more div, we're going to create another div. And here we want to render the author's name. So right here, we can render a link property and it's going to point to the same link that we had before. So we can copy this entire link and paste it here. href profile author. But we don't have to have the relative class name here. It can simply say w-fit for the width. And within it, we're going to have an h4. And for now, it can simply render the author dot name. And it's going to have a class name equal to cursor dash pointer to make it appear that we can click on it to go to the profile page, text dash base dash semi-bold, as well as text dash light dash 1. So now if we save this, you should be able to see Adrian appear right here, as that is the name of my account. And of course, we have to make it make sense with the image. So let's give it a class name equal to flex w dash full, as well as a flex dash call. So now if we look at it, it's going to appear more nicely with the other content that we're going to add around it. So now we go below the link and we have a p tag. And this p tag is going to render the content of the thread. So we can give it a class name of mt-2 to divide it a bit from the top, text-small-regular, and text-light-2. And considering that we now have our content, we no longer need our h2 that we had before. So if we now save it, you can see it more nicely fits inside of here. Now, below that p tag, we can create another div. And that div is going to have a class name equal to mt-5 for margin top, flex, flex-call, and gap-3. Inside of it, we want to have some usual social media icons, such as hearts, reply, repost, and so on. So let's simply create a div that's going to contain all of these icons. And this div is going to have a class name equal to flex and gap 3.5. Inside of there, we can render our first image, or rather an icon. This image is going to have a source equal to /assets /heart-gray.svg. It's going to have an alt tag equal to heart, a width equal to 24, as well as a height equal to 24, and a class name equal to cursor dash pointer and object dash contain. Now, if we save this, you should be able to see our heart icon appear right here. And now you can see this div, which is actually a line pointing down. This is going to indicate that we can have later on more comments attached to this thread, which is what threads is all about. Of course, I'm talking about this thread card bar. This is adding that line right here. Now let's duplicate this image 3 or 4 times so we can show some other stuff as well. The second one is going to be the reply. So we can say assets and then reply, change this to reply as well. Then we can have repost below. That's going to be the third one. And then finally, we can have the share button. Now, if we save this, you can see 4 different icons appear right here. The only one that's going to be working in our case is going to be the comment button. So we can wrap the second one, the second image, within a link tag. So let's do a link and put this image within that link and indent it properly. This link is going to have an href pointing to /thread/ID. So it's going to point to the details page of that thread so we can then comment on it. And nothing is going to change visually. This is great. Of course, if you want to, I have an extra challenge for you. If this video isn't complicated enough, implement the like functionality. Heck, implement the repost and share functionalities as well. That is what JSM is all about, empowering you to build your own projects. Now, with that said, below our thread, or rather below this div containing all of these images, we have to figure out if the threads we're rendering are comments. Because as we said, a comment is a thread and a thread is a comment. But we have top level threads, which are general ones, right? And then we can have common threads attached to it. So we have to figure it out. And how can we do that? Well, we are passing the thread card, and there we have the ID, comments, and all that good stuff. But we don't have a specific isComment functionality like I believe we said we will have right here, isComment. So by default, this is going to be undefined because we're not passing it at all. So let's simply specify it is comment, and at the start, it's going to be undefined. But if we render this thread card later on as a comment, we can then pass this variable and say that it is true. So let's go down and say if is comment and comments.length is greater than 0, only then do we show this section. And that section is going to be a link that's going to point to the same one that pointed here, thread details right here. And what do we put in there? Well, we can put a p tag that's going to say comments.length. And then we can say replies, which is going to look like this. Now, of course, we have to give it a class name equal to margin top 1 to divide it from the top, text-subtle-medium, as well as text-gray-1. If we save this, you should now not be able to see anything, but we will soon enough. We'll also add additional functionalities, so you'll be able to see the photos of the people that replied, as well as the number of replies, and then even when the post was created, alongside the community it belongs to. So some pretty cool stuff is coming our way, but for now, I believe this is good enough for our thread card. So now let's go ahead and go to create another just to see if everything truly works. I'm gonna ask ChatGPT to write me a tweet about the power of Next.13. And there we go. It gave us something cool. Let's copy that, paste it here, and let's, without even reading it, post it. I guess that's how the people in the AI revolution just do social media. And now you can see that it didn't automatically show up here, so we have to reload. And I believe it's going to work immediately on the deployed version, but no worries, we're gonna look into that later on. So far, this is great. We have 2 of our posts. So the next thing we can do is the thread details page, which we don't have as of now. So we can go to the app and then root, and then create a new folder called thread. And within it, create a new folder with square brackets ID, and then create a new file within it called page.tsx. That's how we do dynamic routing in Next.js, because we want to read this ID at the top. And we can start creating that. This is going to allow us to add comments to it, which is going to be another interesting functionality which we can add. So here we can say const page is equal to, and this is going to be an arrow function, which we can immediately export default. Then we know we're going to get some params out of it. And in Next.js, how do we get the params out of the URL? Well, you do it like this. You destructure it, you get the params, and within the params, you're going to have the ID. So we can say that the type of this is going to be params, where we have an ID of a type string. This is it. So now this allows us to start creating the structure of our thread details page. So let's create a section, and this section is going to have a class name equal to relative. And within it, we're going to have a div. And within the div, believe it or not, we're going to render our thread card, which we already created. So we can go back to our homepage and copy the thread card. And we can paste it right here within the div. And of course, we want to format this properly and indent it. So I'm holding Alt and then clicking, and now I can move it all right here. Now, of course, we have to import the thread card component, which we were working so hard on to create. But of course, we also have to get those post details or the thread details. So how are we going to do that? Well, we can immediately start at the top. We can say if no params.id, we can return null. If we do have the params ID, we also need to have a user. And you already know the drill. How do we get the user? Well, we import current user coming from @clerk/Next.js. Then we can say const user is equal to await current user. And if we don't have a user, we can again return null. Then we have to turn this into an async function since we're using await, which is pretty cool that Next.js allows us to do it like this. And then we also have to fetch the user data from our own database. So we can say const user info is equal to await fetch user. And this is the function that we have already created coming from lib actions user actions. And we can pass in the user.id. Why are we doing this? Well, we're doing it to check if user info dot onboarded is true. So we can say if no user info question mark dot onboarded, in that case, we want to redirect to onboarding, or rather to / onboarding. And it looks like I'm missing a return statement right here. So we can say return this entire section. This redirect is coming from Next navigation as well, so we can import it right here at the top. But now you might be wondering, where are we going to get this post from? Or as a matter of fact, it would be better to call it thread. So I'm going to modify all of this into thread those things. Where are we going to get this thread data from? How are we going to know on which thread are we currently on? Well, for that, we're going to have to do something like this. Const thread is equal to await fetch thread by ID, and we have to pass the params.id, which we're getting right here at the top from the URL bar. Of course, this function doesn't exist yet, so we can go back into our thread actions right here, and we can implement the third action in a row, which is going to be fetch thread by ID. So export async function, fetch thread by ID, and of course, it's going to accept an ID of a type string. At the start, we have to connect to DB, a well-known process by this point. Then we open up a try and catch block, and we try to fetch a thread by saying const thread is equal to await thread dot find by ID, and we pass in the ID. Then we need to populate it by saying dot populate. We need to give it the author information. So path is equal to author, model is equal to user, and we can select which fields do we need from the author. It's going to be underscore ID, name, and image. Later on in here, we'll also want to populate its community. So for now, I'm going to add a to-do here for myself, populate community. But what we can populate now is going to be the children, which are the comments. And this does get a bit complicated. Let me show you why. We can say dot populate, and then we have to go a couple of levels deep. We first populate the children, and then we call another populate that's going to be an array where each child, meaning each child thread, gets populated with the author of that specific comment, right? A model, that's a user. For each one of these, we want to select specific properties like underscore ID, name, parent ID, and the image. And then we want to populate the thread comment itself. So we can say path is children, model is going to be thread, populate is going to be author, model user, and then we want to select ID, name, parent ID. So this is getting complicated, right? We need to do this because we have many, many levels deep, and we want to know that is a comment on another thread. So as I said, it goes recursively. It's going to make much more sense once you see it in action, but we can also see it a bit on a finished site. Here we have a thread, right? We have to get the data for that thread. But once we get the data for the thread, you also have to fetch the profile icon for the sub-comments as well as the comments of the comments. Here we have a reply on a comment. So this is getting complicated, but it is a multi-level commenting functionality, which is pretty cool. So take some time, try to understand this. We're going to go through this later on once we actually implement the commenting functionality. And finally, you can call the .exec, which is execute on this specific query. And then you can return that thread. In case there's an error, we can simply say console.error or throw new error, error fetching the thread, and then console log the error message and make the error of an any type. And this is it when it comes to our fetch thread by ID functionality, but we must not forget this populate community as well, because we have to fetch the data for the community of this post as well. Otherwise, we're not gonna have it on the front end. Now, with that said, this function is now created and we can import it from add/lib actions thread actions, which is great. And now we are passing that data over to our thread card. So now if we go back to our website, as you can see, the first part of the thread details page is now done because it is essentially just the post itself, which we already have on the home page. But we had to do that. We have to start somewhere, right? And now the main part of the post details page are the actual comments. Not only the ability to see the comments, but the ability for you to add a reply. So let's add that next. Below this div, we can create another div. And this div is going to have a class name of mt-7, meaning margin top 7, to divide it from the top. And within it, we're going to render the comment self-closing component. So we can go to our components. This is going to be actually a form for our comment form. So we can say comment.tsx, and there we can create a functional component. You can do function comment like this, or you can do a regular const comment. There really isn't any difference. And you can do export default comment at the bottom. Now, for now, this comment can simply return something like a div where we can say h1 comment form. And of course, we have to give it a class name equal to text-white, just so we can see that right there. And now we can import it right here from comments forms comment. And on our website, you can see this comment form. To this comment form, we'll have to pass a couple of props. We first have to pass the thread ID to know which thread are we commenting on. So that is going to be thread ID is equal to thread.id. Then we want to pass the current user image, which is coming from user.image URL. Why do we have to do that? Well, to show it right here. And this is thankfully coming from Clerk so that we know that we are the one currently commenting. And finally, we have to pass the current user ID, which is going to come from the database user info ._id. And I believe that the _ID is not really a string. It could be a special MongoDB object. So just to be sure, I'm going to wrap it in a JSON.stringify function. And that way we know that we're working with a string. Now we can move into our comment and we can accept all of these props within it. So we know that we're going to get a thread ID, a current user image, or IMG as we passed it, and a current user ID. And that's going to look like this. Of course, that's going to be of a type props. We can pull our editor a bit here so we can see more of what we're building. As a matter of fact, we can move this here because we can still see the comments in our mobile view. Now, we can define those props as an interface at the top by saying interface props thread ID is a string, current user image is a string, as well as current user ID is a string as well. And we are ready to start creating our form. It's not our second form, I believe, it's a third one. And all of them follow a similar structure, so you already know what you need to do, but let's do it together one more time. When we were creating the second form, we referenced the first one. Now we're creating the third one, and we can reference the second one, which is the form thread one. So from here, we can get almost everything, I believe. The button, the form. So let's first get the entire JSX part of it. which is just the form, right? And we can move that form to the comment right here. Of course, it's going to complain that not a lot of imports are here, but no worries. Let's continue getting some more things, such as the onSubmit, as well as the form, the router, and the path name. So we can put that right here above the return. And then we can get all the imports as well. So we can copy the imports as well as the use client because we're going to need it. Whenever you're working with forms, you're going to need a use client because it's a browser event. And now we can paste it here. Now, we won't need all of these things, and some imports are going to be different, but let's take it step by step. We need Z from Zod because that's for our validation. We need the use form hook. In this case, instead of a text area, we're going to need an input. So we can simply get an input over here. We need a button, but we have it here already. Now, instead of a thread validation, we're going to use a comment validation. But if you remember, we have already created it. They're so similar. So we should already have it in our thread.ts file. And then, of course, we won't need create thread. Later on, we're going to need the add comment to thread functionality, but more on that later. So for now, we can replace this with comment validation. In this case, we don't need the account ID. Here we can also say comment validation. And we can comment out the part of the onSubmit. And as you can see, we have a text area here, but here we want to switch it to an input that's going to have a type equal to text. And we don't need rows here, but we do need a placeholder that's going to say comment ... and we can give it a class name equal to no focus text-light-1 as well as outline-none. Now, if we save this, I hope we'll be able to see our form. And there it is. It's quite similar to what we had in the create thread, but of course we're going to modify it so it looks like this. We want it to be horizontal, of course, the profile image on the left, the comment form in the center, and then the reply button on the right. So let's go ahead and modify the JSX of our form to suit our needs. We can do that by giving this form a class name of simply comment-form. Already, this is going to make it look a bit closer, but now we can modify the form field. The form field is going to say thread, because think about it, we are creating a thread. Then instead of the render, we're going to have the form item. Inside of the form item, we're going to have a form label. And then inside of the label, we're going to have an image. Image has to be imported from next/image. And we can give it a source equal to current user image. This is coming from Clerk. We can give it an alt tag equal to current user or just profile image, whatever you prefer. A width of 48 and a height of 48 as well. Finally, a class name of rounded-full, which we need whenever we're working with profile photos, and object cover. Now, if we save this, you can see our JSM logo or your own profile photo, which is pretty cool. And now we have the form control. This form control simply can have a border-none as well as a BG-transparent. And now if we save this, you can see it's looking a bit closer, but still it feels like it's not fitting in here. So let's figure out why is that. In this case, we don't need a form message, so we can remove it. And in the form item, we don't need flex call because we want elements to appear one next to another. And then we can also say items-center. If we save this, as you can see, we're getting there. And we can remove the class name from the form label because we don't have text inside of it. We just have the photo, which doesn't need any additional styling. And let's modify the button. It's going to be type submit. And we can give it a class name of comment-form_btn. This is going to give it this special look. And we can simply say reply. This is going to make it fit in one line. And there we go. This is it. It's looking exactly like it does on the finished version. So that means that now we are ready to leave a comment. Or are we? Of course, this is now the part where we have to go to the onSubmit and we have to create the backend functionality for creating a comment. So let's go to our thread actions. And yes, we are still in the thread actions because as discussed before, a comment is a thread. So we can say export async function, add comment to thread, and it's going to accept a couple of props. It's going to accept a thread ID, which is going to be of a type string. And we don't have that many, so we can leave them in a regular function. Usually you can use an object as we defined before. We can have a comment text, which is going to be a string as well, a user ID of a type string, and a path of a type string. Immediately within it, we of course want to connect to DB, and then we can open up a try and catch block. In the catch, we can say something like throw new error, error adding comment to thread, where we console log the error.message. But in the try, we can focus on the logic of adding a comment. Now think about it. How do we add a comment? Well, first, we have to find the original thread by its ID. So we can say const original thread is equal to await thread dot find by ID, and we pass in the thread ID coming through params. If we don't have an original thread, then we can simply throw a new error saying thread not found. Finally, we have to create a new thread with the comment text. So that's going to be const comment thread is equal to new thread. How cool is this? We already have the model and the instance of the thread, so it's going to be pretty simple to just create it and turn it into a comment. So what does our thread have? It has the text, which is the comment text. It has the author, which is equal to user ID, and it has the parent ID, which is the thread ID. That is the ID of the original thread that we're commenting on. Now we want to save the comment thread to the database. Save the new thread. And we can do that by saying const saved comment thread is equal to await comment thread dot save. Then we want to update the original thread to include the new comment by saying original thread dot children dot push. And we want to push the saved comment thread dot underscore ID. And finally, we want to save the original thread by saying await original thread dot save. And then we want to revalidate the path so that it shows instantly. Pretty cool stuff, right? We already reused the majority of the functionality because we already have the thread logic done, but now we're applying it to adding a comment. So let's give it a shot. Let's call our add comment to thread, and let's pass the thread ID, comment text, user ID, and the path. That's going to happen in the comment form, where we can now await, not create thread, but add comment to thread, which is coming from lib actions thread actions. And now we're not going to pass this as an object. We just have to pass the values one by one. So first we can pass the thread ID, which we already have access to. Then we have the values.thread, which is the actual value. Then we can JSON.parse the current user ID as well as the path name. And this path name is just the current URL. And finally, we do a form.reset if you want to add yet another comment. Now, let's give it a shot. Here, we're talking about something cool about Next.13. But let's say write a mad comment to that tweet saying Next.js 13 is bad. There we go. Sorry, but I disagree. Next.13 might seem flashy, but it's nothing but hype. Okay, this is pretty cool. So let's copy this and let's add it as a comment right here and click reply. We immediately get an error. It looks like Next is not going to allow us to talk badly about it. But let's see. We have a throw new error, error adding comment to thread, cannot read properties of undefined reading push. Okay, this is interesting. So let's go back to post thread and to thread actions. And where do we have the push? Here, original thread that children. This right here was supposed to be children. So if we fix this, hopefully I will now be able to click reply one more time. And the form reset happened, which I'm guessing means that the comment went through. So before we actually implement the logic of checking it out, we can go back to our MongoDB database and see if it's there. Back in Atlas, we can go to our cluster 0, collections, threads, and then we should have 3 threads here. And we do. Sorry, but I have to disagree. And it seems like it went through 2 times because even the original one worked. So no worries, we can easily delete the second instance of it right here in the database. So we have just 1. So now I'm guessing it's gonna have a parent ID. And does the original one have the children? Oh, I cannot seem to see the child getting added right here. It's possible because we deleted the wrong one. So let's simply just try to give the same comment one more time. And now if we go back and if we refresh, go to threads, we have 3. We can see that it has a parent ID, and this one doesn't seem to have children. But I just figured out I'm looking for the children in the wrong one. We should be looking at the one with the rocket emoji. So, and this one is here. And this one still has 2 children. Even though we only have 1, that's because of the error that happened at the start. But no worries, we can delete this entire thread and just try it one more time. Just to be sure, right? We're gonna delete the comment as well. There we go. So now we have 1. We can go back to homepage. We can see 1. We can go to create thread and we can post the same good one talking about Next 13. And then we can comment on it. And now if we go back and refresh, you can see we have 3. This one has 1 child and it is the 405. 405, it's looking good. So now let's actually list out the comments below the thread. That should look something like this. So let's get started. We can close all of the currently open files besides the page.tsx that is within the thread. So now we go below by creating a new div that's going to have a class name equal to empty-10 for margin top. And then we render the thread children. So we can say thread.children.map, where we get each individual child item of a type any is okay for now. And then we can just return what? Well, it's going to be, believe it or not, a thread card. And we already have this thread card here, so we can copy everything and we can simply paste it over here. But we'll have to modify all of this thread to child item. So let's simply say child item here. And let's see if we have to add any additional functionalities. We have to say is comment, which is a Boolean variable set to true to indicate that we can modify something within this thread card. Great. So there we go. Another thread appeared, indicating that this is a comment to the original one. But as you can notice, the layout should be a bit different, right? It should mean that this is the original one and these are comments added to it. And here it looks like we just have 2. So let's fix that. Let's go into the thread card and let's modify the original article by making this class name dynamic. Everything is going to be fine, but we can make a check. We can see if is comment. If that is the case, we can add padding x0 on extra small devices, padding x7, and usually we're going to add this bg dark 2 and p7. So that's only going to be here as the second part of this ternary operation. There we go. So now if we save this, you can notice that it indicates that this is a comment and this is the original. Although it's a bit weird because we have the same logo appearing in all the places. I also noticed that the image is different because this one is being picked up from Clerk, and here we have the one from our database. So if we go to our thread, here we can pass in the user info, and then dot, what does it have? The image URL, I believe. Let's check it out. No, it's not image URL. Let's check our model to know how did we store it. By going to models, user, it is going to be just image. So let's go back and say image right here. This should get the correct one of our user. I reloaded and it appeared. So this is pretty cool now. We are rendering the first comment that we have, although this is a bit weird because I'm disagreeing with myself here. But hopefully we're going to fix that once more of you come onto our platform. Great. Now, what do you think we should do next? We can do search, which is pretty cool. We can also do activities, we can do communities, and we can do profile. There's a lot of stuff that we are yet to add. I believe profile is the next reasonable step because it's going to allow us to see all of our threads, but also later on navigate to profiles of other users. So in the root, let's create a new profile folder, and within it, we're going to have the ID, which is of course going to be within square brackets, indicating it is dynamic, just as our thread. And we can render a page.tsx right within it. Our profile is going to be another page, another asynchronous functional component. We can return a section, and we can say profile. Of course, we can do export default page as well. Now, if we save this, and if we click somewhere where we can go to the profile, I believe on this profile photo as well, or just clicking here, it's going to lead us to this empty page, which means that now we are ready to start implementing the profile page. As with the create thread, we'll have to figure out if we currently have a user and if that user has onboarded, because only then we can go to the profile page. So let's navigate to create thread page. And inside of here, we'll be able to copy the imports as well as these first few checks that we're making. So let's go ahead and copy everything from here to here, and we can paste it right here. So we're importing the fetch user from user actions, the current user, and the redirect. And this is going to be everything that we need so far. But what are we going to do within our post page? Well, here, when we fetch the user info, we won't be fetching the ID of the currently logged in user, because maybe sometimes we're looking at the profile page of another user. And that's exactly why we're passing this user ID in the navigation bar. So right here in the profile, we can destructure the params, which Next.js provides us, and we can say that the params is going to contain an object with an ID of a type string. And then instead of providing user.id, which is the currently logged in user, we can provide params.id, whichever one we are currently checking out. Great. Now we're going to have a section, and then we want to render a component called a profile header, which is going to contain these sorts of things. So there we can simply render a self-closing profile header component that's going to look something like this. Of course, this is going to be a new component, so we can go to components, shared, and then create a new profile header.tsx. There we can simply create a new const profile header is equal to a component, or rather a functional component that's going to have a return, where we're going to have a div, and there we can render an h1 that's going to say profile header. And of course, we can do export default profile header. Now we have to import this back in here by double clicking, pressing Control space, and then importing it from @/components, shared, and then profile header. and we'll need to pass some additional params or props to it. So let's pass the account ID of the user we're looking at. So that's going to be userinfo.id. Let's also pass the auth user ID. This is going to allow us to figure out if the currently logged in user is the one looking at their own profile right now, or if they're looking at somebody else's. Then we have the name, which is userinfo.name. We have the username, which is userinfo.username. We have the img URL, which is userinfo.image. And finally, we have a bio, which is userinfo.bio. Now we can dive into the profile and accept all of these props at the top. That's going to look like this. We can just destructure them: account ID, auth user ID, name, username, img URL, bio, and this is all that we have for now. These can go in one line or multiple lines, whatever you prefer. I think they can nicely fit like this. And then we have to say this is of a type props. And then at the top, we can define an interface props. And now we can add account ID of a type string, auth user ID of a type string, name of a type string, username of a type string, image URL of a type string, and bio of a type string. And we have everything we need to start creating this profile card or the header. So let's get started by creating the structure using a couple of divs. And let's go back to our application that we're working on right now. So let's give it a class name equal to flex, w-full, flex-call, and justify-start. Within it, let's create a new div that's going to have a class name equal to flex, items-center, and justify-between. And within it, we can have another div that's going to have a class name equal to flex, items-center, and gap-3. You might be wondering, why do we have so many divs? But this is just to create the desired structure. We have to have a structure for the image, and then we put the username and the name side by side, and then the description or bio below. Finally, we can have one last div that's going to unwrap our image. So within it, let's create a new self-closing image tag that we can import from next image, and we can give it a source equal to img URL, an alt tag equal to profile image, a fill property, as well as a class name equal to rounded-full, object-cover, and shadow-2xl. Now, if we save this and go back and reload the page, you can see a huge profile photo appear right here. And that's why we usually wrap an image in a div when working in Next.js, because we can give it a class name equal to relative, age-20, w-20, and then object-cover. And this is now going to wrap our image and make it smaller. And now we can continue with adding the other info by going below this div, creating another one. And this one is just going to have a class name equal to flex-1. And it's going to have an h2 that's going to render the name. Of course, to be able to see this name, we have to give it a class name equal to text-left, text-heading 3-bold, and text-light-1. And we can save it. Now you can see this name, and right below the name, we want to have a p tag that's going to render the add, and then we can render the username. Of course, we also have to give it a class name equal to text-base-medium, as well as text-gray-1, and we can save it. There we go. This is looking much better, and then we just have to render the bio. Then we can go 2 divs down. Later on, if we're looking at the community profile, then here we'll be able to render to-do community. But for now, we can just move over down to the bio, and that's going to be a p tag that's going to render the bio, and it's going to have a class name equal to margin top 6, max-w-lg for max width, text-base-regular, and text-light-2. And right below it, we're going to have a self-closing div that's going to have a class name equal to margin top 12, h-0.5, so just 0.5 height, w-full, and then bg dark 3. If we save this, this is now going to add the bio, as well as this line, which is barely visible, but it definitely differentiates the header from the content below. Now, of course, this is not really looking good, and that's because we have to go one more div outside with these elements. So we can move this div at the end all the way here to close it before, and then we have the p tag and the div outside of one of those divs. And if we save it, you can see it jumps down because it's no longer in the flex container. Great. With that, we can now start rendering the tabs, which we can switch between and then see all of our different threads. And I want to mention that all of this is going to be reusable. We're going to reuse the profile page for communities, and we're going to also reuse the tabs, but for communities, they're going to say something different. Like the second tab is going to say members. Pretty cool. Now, let's move forward to the actual tabs by exiting our profile header and moving below it. Right below it, we're going to render a div that's going to have a class name equal to margin top of 9. And then we want to start rendering the tabs. Tabs are going to come from chat.cn, so you already know the drill. We can simply say something like npx chat.cn UI add latest, add, and then we can say tabs. This is going to immediately install them and allow us to use it. There we go. We can say yes. And we are ready. So now we can render the tabs right here. And within the tabs, we're going to render the tab list. And we can import all of these components coming from chat.cn. So here we can say import tabs, as well as tabs content, as well as tabs list, and tabs trigger. And all of that is coming from add/components /UI/tabs. Great. And here we're supposed to have an S, tabs list. There we go. So our tabs is going to have a default value equal to threads. And it's going to have a class name equal to w-full. Now, if we save this, you can see that we already start seeing some kind of a structure appear, but of course we have to provide a data to our tabs. So here we can have a class name equal to tab, and that's just going to expand it a bit and make it look more like a tab. And then we want to loop over the tabs. And those tabs are going to be saved within our constants. So if you go to our constants index.js, here you can see profile tabs and community tabs. So we'll be able to simply loop through them. So open a new dynamic block of code and say profile tabs .map, where we have each individual tab, and we want to instantly return something known as a tabs trigger for each one of these tabs, like a button opening a tab. Within the tabs trigger, we want to have a self-closing image, which we of course have to import from next image as well. Below the image, we want to have a p tag that's going to render the tab.label. And that label can be hidden on small devices. So we can say class name max-sm hidden. And now we can start adding data to our tabs trigger. First, since we have profile tabs, we have to import them from add/constants. Then we have to provide a key equal to tab.label. We also have to provide a value equal to tab.value and a class name equal to tab. This image is going to have a source equal to tab.icon and an alt tag equal to tab.label, as well as the width is equal to 24, height is equal to 24, and the class name is going to be equal to object contain. Now, if we save this, you can see that we have 3 tabs and we can switch through them. This is looking pretty good. Now on smaller devices, we won't be able to fit all of these, which is exactly why we're hiding the label and just keeping the icon. Pretty cool stuff, and you can see how powerful ShadCN is. Of course, here I told you that you have to provide a value, a key, wrap everything in a tabs trigger or tabs list. But of course, by reading the documentation, you would be able to figure this out on your own as well. Now, with the threads one, we also have to add this number saying how many threads does a user have. So that's going to be right below the p tag, where we can say if tab.label is triple equal to threads with a capital T, then and only then render a p tag that's going to have a class name equal to margin left 1 to divide it from the left side, rounded -sm, bg-light -4, padding x of 2, padding y of 1, not text-tiny-medium. This is going to apply a specific font size, and then text-light -2. And within it, we can simply render what? User info $threads.length. And if we save this, we can see that we have created 3 different threads. Now, of course, if the number says 3, heck, we want to see those 3 below. So let's move outside of the tabs trigger as well as the tabs list and render the profile tabs dot map, where we have each individual tab. And for each one, we want to render a tabs content. This tabs content is going to have a key equal to content dash, and then we can render the tab.label to make it unique. It's going to have a value equal to tab.value, as well as a class name equal to w-full and text-light-1. Within it, we want to render a new component called threads tab. And to it, we can pass the current user ID equal to the user ID, the account ID equal to the user info.id, and then the account type, which is going to be equal to a string of user. And then here we'll be able to figure out if we are the creator of this post or not. If we are on our own profile looking at our own threads, then there's going to be a delete button right here allowing us to delete the thread. Otherwise, it won't be. So we have to pass this additional info to figure that out. And now let's go into the components and create a new shared component called thread, or rather threads tab.tsx. And there we can create a new const threads tab is equal to an async functional component that is for now going to just return a section that can say threads tab. And of course, we have to do export default threads tab. Going back, we can import it coming from components shared threads tab. And of course, now TypeScript is complaining that we have to pass the right props to it. So going back right here, let's do just that. We're going to accept the current user ID as well as the account ID, and finally the account type. And that's going to be of a type is props. And you already know the drill. Props is going to be an interface. So we can say interface, props, and we can say current user ID is a string, account ID is a string, and account type is a string as well. Finally, inside of here, we'll be able to fetch specific posts that only belong to this specific user or a specific organization or community. And then we can render all of them below. So our next job is to create a function that's going to fetch profile threads. And that is not that hard considering that we have our structure put in place. So if we go to our actions, user actions, and go just below the fetch user, we can create a new one, export async function fetch user posts. This one is going to require a user ID of a type string, And immediately within it, we can open up a new try and catch block and try to connect to the database. Once we do that, we have to find all threads authored by the user with the given user ID. So we can do that by saying const threads is equal to await user.find1, where the ID is equal to user ID, and then we have to call the .populate method on it. We want to populate the path of threads where the model is equal to thread, which we have to import from above by /models thread.model. And then we want to populate one more time where we have a path of children, a model equal to thread, and an even deeper populate where we have the path is equal to author. So we want to know the author even of a child thread where it's going to be a model of user, and we only want to select the name, the image, and the ID, which we can pass in a string, just like so. Later on, we'll also have to populate the community as well. So I can add a to-do, populate community. There we go, just so we don't forget. Now we're populating it and we can simply return the threads. If we have an error, we can simply throw a new error, failed to fetch posts, and the error is of a type any. And with that, we're done with the fetch user post, which means that we can return here and just call it straight away. So we can say let result is equal to await fetch user posts. And there we can pass in the account ID. Of course, this fetch user post is coming from add/lib/actions/user.actions. And now, if we don't have a result, so if no result, we can simply redirect to /. And this redirect is coming from next navigation. So once we do get all the results, what we can do is render a section with a class name equal to mt9 flex-call and gap-10. This is the div or section inside of which we're going to render our posts. So let's do just that. Let's say result.threads.map, where we have each individual thread. And for each one of these, we want to return, can you guess what? Well, a thread card. Yes, thankfully we made our life easier from the get-go by creating the thread card before. So what we can do now is find where we're calling this thread card. We're already doing it in a couple of places, and we can simply copy its instance. So let's copy this thread card, which is from the thread details page, and we can paste it right here. We'll have to give it a key, an ID, a current user ID, which for now can simply be current user ID, a parent ID, text. Later on, we might need to update the author as well as the community to indicate whether we are the owners of the community and whether we are the authors or somebody else's. But for now, this will do. So let's import the thread card. And we can say that the thread is of a type any just for now. And we can save this. And if we fix this typo right here, hopefully we'll be able to see our 3 posts. There we go. It's looking good, but the profile photo is broken. So as I said, we'll have to update our author. And we can do that by figuring out if the account type is triple equal to user, which in this case it is because we're passing it. If that is the case, then we can have a ternary operator. So we can say if account type is equal to user, then we can return a name, which is result.name. This result is coming right from our database. Image is going to be result.image, and ID is going to be result.id. Else, if this is not the account type user, then we'll have to get the data directly from the thread itself. So we can say else name is thread.author.name, image is thread.author.image, and ID is thread.author.id. We're going to explain this in more detail later on. Now here I have an extra column, so we can remove that, and we should be good. And there we go. Now we can see the name and the profile photo. And if you look at the number of threads, it's going to say 3, but we can only see 2. This is definitely something we can look into later and try to fix it. But what does this mean? Well, it means that we have successfully created a profile photo. Now let's go back to our homepage. And I was about to say, let's try to visit somebody else's profile, but we don't have any. But not to worry, we can easily log out and create a new account. So let's do just that. I'm going to click Logout. We can then navigate to Sign In. And as you can see, we'll also have to center this form, but we can leave that for later. Now let's simply log in, maybe this time using GitHub. Go through the onboarding. I'm going to give myself a username of a full JavaScript mastery this time, and a name of blue JSM, because we're going to switch the profile photo to the blue logo so we can differentiate the two profiles. And I'm going to say blue right here and click submit. This just redirected us to the homepage, but I hope you can see something weird happening right here. Even though these two posts were created by the original JSM account, now it says that they were created by blue JSM, which is definitely not the case. And if we go to our profile, it simply breaks because it should go to profile/ID, but we can fix that later on. For now, let's figure out why these are saying blue JSM and not the regular one. And to check that, we can go to components, cards, and then the thread card, and figure out where we're rendering the author. That's going to be right here, author name, and also we have author image right here. And this author is coming right here as a prop to the thread card. So we have to figure out on our homepage where we're calling the thread card, how are we passing it? So right here, we can see that the current user ID and the author is simply set to author, and that belongs to the author of the post, which is coming from the results, which seems to be good, right? We're fetching all the posts. So why would the author be the one that didn't actually create it? It should be the one that added it to the database. Let's figure that out. If we quickly open up our database deployments and go to our cluster 0, and then our collections and our users, you're going to see something quite weird. There's only one user right there with 3 posts. This means that both my Gmail and my GitHub use the same email account, which is why my accounts were merged into one, which is okay. So now let's go back to our app, log out one more time, and then sign in with an account of a different email. Now this one can be the real JSM. And I can say JavaScript Mastery because the other one is a blue one. And let's do JS Mastery and say the real JSM and click submit. And we can go ahead and fix this navigation link by going to our nav, shared, and then left sidebar. And then here we have our links. There we go, is active. And we just want to ensure that the profile link points to the right route. So here we can say if link.route is equal to /profile. In that case, we can modify the link.route to be equal to link.route, but then /user ID. And this user ID, where is it coming from? Well, it's coming from use auth, which is coming from Clerk. So right here at the top, we can import right here, use auth. And then we can say const user ID is equal to use auth. There we go. And we can make that equal. Now, if we save this, and if we click profile, it's going to go to profile and then user ID. And now you can see it points to the correct one with 0 threads. Now let's try to create a new thread. And it usually takes some time to navigate to this page, but that's okay. On the deployed version, it's going to be instantaneous. Let's say I'm posting from the original JSM account, just to be sure, and click post. We got redirected. We can reload the page, and there we go. Now we can see our post. Now, if we go to our own profile, we can now see one thread. And if we go to the blue JSM, we can see the blue JSM one. This is great. This makes sense. And now our profiles are working. Of course, we can try to comment on the blue JSM's posts. And there we go. They're disagreeing with themselves. But here we can say something like, no, I agree. And let's click reply just to check the commenting functionality. And there we go. It works. Now on the finished version, on a specific post, there should be some space between the comments. And here we don't have a lot of space. So let's go to our thread details page, which is going to be in the root thread and then page. And then here we are going over our thread cards. And they're labeled as is comment. So now if we go into our thread card, we can use this is comment to add that margin on the top. And that can happen right here. We're rendering the content. And then below, we can give this class name. We can make it dynamic first of all, and then say if is comment. In that case, we can also give it a margin bottom of 10. This is going to apply that only to the bottom of the first comment and the second one. So it's going to provide additional space and make it look great. Awesome. So now we have the home page. We can switch between different profiles. We can also leave comments on other people's profiles. Already, this is a pretty hefty social media application. But as you know, we're going to bring it a step further. We are yet to create our profile search as well as our activities. And then finally, the communities. So let's start by doing it step by step. Now that we have the profiles, we can search for them. So let's close all of the currently open files. We can collapse the file tree, go to the app, root, and create a new folder called search. Within it, we can create a new page.tsx. There, we can do our usual stuff. I can even use the RAFCE, which is going to quickly spin up a page, which is going to be called page. And we don't need to import React. It is going to be an asynchronous page. And for now, we can return a section that's simply going to have an h1 equal to class name is equal to head-text and margin bottom of 10. And it's going to say search. Now, as soon as we save this, we can now navigate to our search, which does take some time. But as I said, later on, Next.js is going to optimize it for the deployed version. And we can see our search. And while we're here, why don't we just create all of the pages that we're going to have later on? So we can copy this entire page and create a new folder called activity. And within activity, create a new page.tsx. And we can simply paste it right here and switch this to activity. That's going to allow us to be able to switch to the heart icon as well, which is the activity page. And we can also create communities. So let's create a new folder called communities and create a new page.tsx, paste it, and say communities. This is now going to allow us to switch to communities as well, making all of our 6 icons or 6 different paths work flawlessly. Now, this is pretty weird. While I was creating communities, it auto-created a layout. But we don't need it here, so I can delete it. And once I do, it automatically gets created. What is that? It's possible because I created it right here, not in the root, but it should have been in the root. So let's move it to the root folder and then remove the layout. And hopefully that's going to make it work. Yep, this is perfect. And now it suits our original root layout. Great. So as I said, let's start from the top to the bottom, starting with the profile search, and we can move from there. That's going to be in the search page.tsx, and we can close the other files. Here, we can do a similar thing we've done in the profile page, which is just check if the user currently exists and if they have properly been onboarded. So we can copy those 4 lines as well as the majority of the imports and paste them right here on top of this page. Here, we won't have params, so for now we can clear this out and we won't be importing any tabs. But we do need general stuff like getting the user and then fetching that user data to check whether they have been onboarded. Now, with that said, we'll have to create an additional function, which is to fetch all the users. So we can write that down, fetch users. And of course, this is another action within our lib actions, user actions. So let's get started with creating the fetch users right here by saying export async function, fetch users. Within it, later on, we're going to pass a lot of things, but for now, we can leave it empty. And then finally, we have a try and catch block where we can first try to connect to DB as we usually do. Now for this, we're going to implement the entire pagination functionality similar to what we have done for our posts. So here we have to first calculate the number of users to skip based on the page number and page size. So we can say const skip amount is equal to page number minus 1 times the page size. Then we need to create a case insensitive regular expression for when we're searching the users. So we can say const regex is equal to new regexp, where we pass in the search string and make it lowercase I, which means that it is case insensitive. Now, of course, the page number, this is going to be here the page size, and all of these other things are going to be coming from our params. So right here, let's pass them in one by one. We're going to have a user ID, a search string, which if it doesn't exist can default to an empty string, a page number, which can default to 1, a page size, which can default to something like 20, and a sort by, which can default to something like desk, as in descending. And there we go. Now we're passing all of these things, which is great. And of course, we have to define the types of these things. So we can define them here by saying user ID is a string, search string is optional and it is a string, page number is optional and it is a number, page size is optional and it is a number, and then sort by is going to be a sort order, which is coming from Mongoose, so we can import it right here. If you click it, it's just going to be a type of -1, 1, ascending, descending, or similar. So we always know what we are sorting by. There we go. So now we can proceed with our functionality of fetching and sorting. First, we can create an initial query to get the users. That's going to be const query is equal to an object where we can simply have an ID and we can say $NE as in not equal to user ID. So we want to filter out our current user. Then we need to check if a search string exists. So we can say if search string dot trim is not triple equal to an empty string. In that case, we can proceed with the search and append a query by saying query dot $or is equal to an array where we search for a username that then looks into regex equal to regex we created before, as well as it can search a name of a similar regular expression. So we're searching both by name and by username, because maybe somebody knows you by your name or your nickname. So this or is saying that property or does not exist on type ID not equal to string, and that is this query right here, which means that we have to give this query a type. So we can see this is of a type filter query, which is coming from Mongoose. And we can further define it because it's a filter query for the type of user. And if we fix this now it shouldn't complain anymore because it knows that this query is going to have access to the or object. Great. Now we are doing the fetching. We are preparing for the skipping. We're doing the searching, but now we can also do sorting. So we can define the sort options by saying const sort options is equal to, and then we can say created add, and then we can sort it by sort by. Then we can also do const users query. Finally, we can get them based on all of these search and filtering and querying criteria by saying user.find, passing the query, and then we can do the .sort with sort options. We can do a .skip based on the skip amount, and then .limit on the page size. Great. Then we can get the total user count by saying const total users count. And we're going to use this to know the total number of pages for the users by saying await user.count documents, and we pass in the query as well. And this sort by that you're seeing here should be sort by, not sorry by. So I'm glad I got that fixed. Now, once we have the user's query, we can finally execute it by saying const users is equal to await users query dot exec. And now, based on the total number of users, we can know is there a next page by saying const is next is equal to total users count is greater than skip amount plus users.length, similar to what we've done with the threads. And the total user count should be total users count. There we go. And finally, we can now return all of the users as well as the is next property. If we have an error, you know the drill, we can simply throw a new error saying failed to fetch users and set the errors of a type any. And with that, we're done with the fetch users action. And going back, we can now call that action. So here we can say const result is equal to await fetch users, and we can import that from user actions at the top. Once we get it, we have to pass all of the params to it. We have to pass the user ID equal to user.id. We have to pass a search string, which for now we can leave as an empty string because we're going to implement that later on. The page number for now can be simply 1. And finally, the page size can be something like 25. And it looks like I imported a wrong function. Thank you, TypeScript, for telling me that. I imported fetchUserPosts instead of the newly created fetchUsers function. So let's import fetchUsers coming from add/lib actions user actions. Great. Now, if we save this, we finally have the results, and now we can render them right here to show all of the different profiles that exist on our app. For now, it should be 1 because besides our currently logged in user, there is another one. So what we can do is we can render later on a search bar right here, but we can leave that for later. For now, we just want to render all of them. So we can have a div that's going to have a class name equal to margin top of 14, flex dash col, and gap dash 9. Inside of there, we can say result.users.length is triple equal to 0. If that is the case, then we simply say something like no users. And we can also give it a class name, say no result. This is going to just apply a specific styling to that text. If we do have the users though, we can render a React fragment within which we're going to have a result.users.map where we go over each specific, let's call it a person in this case, and we're going to render a user card, which is a special self-closing component. So now we can go to our components, specifically to cards, and create a new user card.tsx. In there, we can run RAFCE or simply create a basic user card. And now going back, we can import it from components, cards, user card. Great. To that card, we can pass a key equal to the person.id. We can also pass an ID equal to the person.id. Let's pass a name equal to the person.name. We also need to pass a username equal to person.username. The image URL equal to person.image, And we're going to also reuse this card later on for communities. So now we can say person type is equal to just a string of user. Later on, we're going to make it work for communities. Now we have to accept all of these props in the user card. So let's do just that. We can say that we want to get the ID, the name, the username, the image URL, as well as the person type. And that's going to be equal to a type, or rather an interface of props, which we can define right here. So that's going to be interface props, where we have an ID of a type string, name of a type string, username of a type string, image URL of a type string, and a person type of a type string. Great. And we can start rendering that person card. Trust me, it's going to be a breeze. We can wrap everything in an article, the best way to wrap a typical card, and give it a class name equal to user-card. If we save this, we should already be able to see just one card appear somewhere, although it's not really that noticeable. Maybe once we add the profile image, we'll be able to see it. So let's create a div that's going to say class name is equal to user-card underscore avatar. And within it, we can render a self-closing image tag that's going to have a source equal to img URL. The alt tag is going to be logo. The width is going to be 48. The height is going to be 48 as well. And the class name is going to be rounded-full. And of course, we have to import image coming from next image. Once we do that, hopefully we'll be able to see something on the search. And there we go. We can see the blue JSM logo. Let's also render its name and the username. We can do that below this image, still within the div, by creating a new div with a class name equal to flex-1 text-ellipsis. That's going to be a double L right here. And this is going to ensure that it applies a text overflow of ellipsis, saying that ... if the name is too long. Then we can render an h4 that's going to render a name. And we can give it a class name equal to text-base-semibold, as well as text-light-1. If we save it, the name should be visible. Right below it, we can render a p tag that's going to have a class name equal to text-small-medium, as well as text-gray-1, and it's going to render add and then a dynamic username. Okay, this is looking more like it. And finally, at the bottom, we want to have a button that's going to say view. So this is going to be below these two divs. And this button is going to come from /UI button. And it's going to say view. By default, the button is not going to be anything special, but of course we can style it by giving it a class name equal to user-card underscore btn. We can also give it an onClick property that's going to be a callback function where we can simply use our router. So we can create a new instance of the router at the top by importing it. So import use router coming from next/router. We can create an instance of it by saying const router is equal to use router. And then here we can use the router by saying router.push. And we want to push to /profile/ and then the ID. Now, if we save this, you can see that now we have to turn this into a client component. So here we can say use client, and it's giving me an error that the next router was not mounted. That's because I made a mistake. The use router is coming from next navigation. So it looks like I had the old next 12 ways of doing it, but next navigation is the right way to do it now. And now we can click view, and it's going to lead us to the finished profile page of the blue JSM. The finished application search looks something like this. We have a card with all of these different users, and here we have just one, which is exactly how it should be, because so far we have created one other account other than our own. So for now, it wouldn't even make a lot of sense to add the search functionality as of yet because we have no data to search for. But we can come back to this later on. For now, we can move on to the next part, which is implementing the activity page. This is going to be quite interesting. This is like a notifications tab, allowing you to see when somebody else commented on your post. So that's pretty useful. Not always do you build out notifications when developing these social media applications. At least not a lot of people teach you, but today I will. So now we can move to the app. At this point, you should already be aware of our entire file and folder structure. As you can see, once you build it out, it is scalable. You just keep coming back and forth between components, lib actions, models, and then all the way to the pages. So let's go to root, activity, and then page. And this is where we can get started with implementing it. Once again, we're going to have those similar checks that we usually have. So we can go to our search and we can simply copy these first initial few imports and lines. And then we can paste it right here. So once again, this just included the const user is equal to await current user, and then it allows us to check whether the user has onboarded. Of course, we won't be needing many of these imports, so we can remove them. But the one we will need is the import to our new action, which is going to be called get activity. Okay, or get notifications if you prefer. So now we can go back to the user actions. That's going to be within lib actions, user actions. And right below fetch users, we can implement our last action of the day, at least the last user action, which is export async function get activity. And the only thing it needs is the user ID of a type string. There we can try to connect to the DB. If we succeed, great. If not, no worries. We can simply throw a new error that's going to look like this. Failed to fetch activity, and then we can render the error.message. Now, if we do manage to get it, that's great. We can first find all threads created by the user. And we can do that by saying const user threads is equal to await thread.find, where the author is the user ID. Once we find that, we want to collect all the child thread IDs, which are the actual replies or comments from the children field. Pretty cool stuff, right? We're going deeper and deeper, and we want to get all of the comment IDs. We can do that by saying const child thread IDs is equal to user threads that we just fetched dot reduce. Okay, so we're using a native JavaScript reduce function. We have the accumulator as well as the user thread, which is the object we're looping over. And then we want to return the accumulator, and we want to concat user thread dot children. I know this is a bit more complex, but hey, whenever you have a code that looks like this, let's ask ChatGPT to explain it. This is a great tip that I can give you. Don't be afraid of AI. Just let it be your friend. So I'm going to say explain this function. And let's paste it right here. Okay, let's see. It utilizes array reduce to accumulate the child thread IDs from an array of user threads. Let's break it down step by step. User threads is an array containing multiple objects, each representing a user thread. Okay, that's pretty simple. Now, each thread object is expected to have a property called children. Yes, which are the comments. First, we declare a new variable where we want to store all comment IDs. Then we use the array reduce method on that user threads that takes a callback function as its first argument. The callback function will be executed once for each element in the user threads to accumulate the child thread IDs. So think of it as a map or as a for each. it's going to go over all of the elements, all of the threads, and it's going to dive into their children. Now, the question is, what does it want to do with those children? Well, we're going to accumulate it. So we're going to keep track of all the children elements that we pass to it, and it's going to hold the current result. And then it's going to always get the new user thread every new iteration. Finally, once everything gets processed, we're going to return, meaning concat, a new array by merging the elements of the accumulator with the element of the last user thread, that children array. So one more time, the reduce method will iterate over each element in the user threads array, and at each step, it will concatenate the child thread IDs of the current user thread object to the accumulated result. Oof, this was a tough one, right? But in summary, this function takes an array of user threads, which are just nothing more than the threads that user has posted, right? Each having a children property, which is an array of comments, that holds an array of child thread IDs, comments, right? It uses array reduce to concatenate all the child thread IDs from each user thread into a single array, which is then stored in child thread IDs. As a matter of fact, let me ask ChatGPT if it can give me an example. Give me an example of the data. And hopefully it will. Let's see. There we go. So we have user threads with the ID and children. And then we go over it, and then it's going to just output the children. But now we have to make it make sense, right? The children are an array of comments. Make the children array of random tweet comments. Okay, it didn't understand the example. Doesn't matter. I'm going to take it here and we're going to make it make sense, right? So we have something like this. And these are all the different strings of different comments that we have. Something saying like, this is great. The other one is going to say, this is bad. And this is going to say, this is terrible. This is going to say, okay. This is going to say, bad. And this is all that we need. Now we're going to go through each one of these, take the current element, right? Store it in a new array, which is this one. Go through the next one, take additional elements, and add it to that array. Okay, so we're essentially just collecting all the comments. That is it. I know it might be a bit complicated, but take your time, don't let your brain explode, and let's go through this together. The more practice you take, the better you will become. Finally, we want to get access to all of the replies, excluding the ones created by the same user. So we can say const replies is equal to await thread.find, where the underscore ID of the thread is in child thread IDs. And then the author is not the current user ID. So we can exclude the threads created by the same user that is searching for this. And then we can call the .populate, which we use many times so far, with a path of author as well as a model of user. And which fields do we want to get? Well, we can select the name, image, and the underscore ID, just like so. And this is going to give us back our replies, which we can simply return, just like so. Now, once again, I know this is a more complicated function, but one more time, let's give ChatGPT to explain it. Explain this in simple terms. And let's see if it's going to do it. Is AI going to change the world or not? Okay, this is way too complicated of an explanation. Explain it to me like I'm 5. Okay, let's see if this is going to work. And let's also say shorter. This function helps someone find all the comments they received on their post from others on a computer. It gathers all the comments from different places, puts them together, and shows them to the person. If there's a problem, it tells the person something is wrong. It's referring to this error here. So this is pretty good. Gets all the comments, shows you that you have new replies. That's it. Now we can go back to the activity and we can actually call this by saying const activity is equal to await get activity, and we can import it from lib actions user actions, and we need to pass the user info dot underscore ID to it. Once we have it, we can loop over all of those comments. How do we do that? Well, we can create a new section that's going to have a class name equal to margin top of 10, flex dash col, gap dash 5. And there we can say activity dot length is greater than 0. So if we actually do have any activity, then render an empty React fragment, inside of which we can say activity dot map, where we get each individual activity, and we can display a new link pointing to that comment right there. Now, of course, if we don't have any comments, we can simply return a p tag that's going to say no activity yet. Now, this link is coming from next/link. It needs a key, considering we're mapping over it. So we can say activity dot underscore ID is the key. The href is actually going to point to the thread details page. So it can be /thread/activity dot parent ID. And inside of there, we can render an article that's going to have a class name equal to activity dash card. And there we can render an image of the person that posted that comment. Of course, we have to import image coming from next/image. We have to give it a source equal to activity dot author dot image. Alt is going to be profile picture. Width is going to be about 20. Height of about 20 as well. And the class name, as usual with profile photos, rounded dash full and object dash cover. Now, if we save this, we'll see if we have any photos as of yet. It looks like we still have a problem with act.concat being not a function. Let's see. And that's because I forgot to pass a default value to the concat function. So we need to provide, like in the useEffect hook, also a default value here. This is not a dependency array like usual, but rather this is the default accumulator that we have to add to the reduce function. If we add it, the issue gets fixed. And right here, we can see no activity yet. So let's go ahead and fix that by giving it a class name of no text base regular, as well as text-light-3. If we do it, we should be able to see no activity yet. Why is there no activity? Well, that's because Blue JSM didn't yet comment on any of our posts. So what we can do is we can comment on his, and then once we go into his activity, we'll be able to see that. So let's just add a comment here on Next.js 13 is great. And let's say something like, no, I have to disagree, and click a reply. There we go. It automatically appears. And that allows us now to log out and log in with GitHub, which is going to get me into the Blue JSM. And let's fix the centering of this modal while we're here by going to Auth, layout.tsx, and let's wrap the children within a div. So that's going to be a div that's going to have a class name, which is going to be equal to w-full, flex, justify-center, items-center, and then min-h-screen. And we can put the children within it. So if we do this and save it, you can see that it is nicely positioned in the center of the screen. So now let's log in with JSM Blue in my case, or something else in your case, some different account on which you left the comments on. There we go. And let's go to activity, which is here. And you can see that we have two different cards, although it's hard to see what they're about right now. So let's add a notification to let the user know what is actually happening. So below this image, we can add a p tag saying that's going to have a span element within it, and that's going to say activity.author.name. And then below that span, we can say replied to your thread. And here we can add an extra empty space. Now, if we save this, it's going to be hard to notice it because it's all dark. But if we give this p tag a class name of not text-small-regular and text-light-1, and the span a class name of margin right or MR1 and text-primary-500, this should look great. As you can see, we now see that JavaScript mastery reply to your thread here as well. So now if we click it, it's actually going to bring us to the thread where we can see JavaScript mastery's comment. This is great. We can also go back and try the second one. And there we go. This is the original one that we left not that long ago. So as you can see, our app is starting to make so much more sense. We can go to the homepage to see all of the posts. We can search for different users, for example, seeing JavaScript mastery right here, and we can look at their profile and see all of their threads, as well as check out the activity. And I know this is pretty slow so far, switching between different pages, but as I said, in the finished website, it's going to be instantaneous. Great. So now the activity page is done as well. And with that, almost all of our pages are done besides the community. So let me show you how the community is going to look like on the finished website. We're going to have a lot of different communities that admins can give you access to. And once you're a member of a community, you can read all of the community's threads, which different users can post within that community. And each post is going to get this tag saying that it was posted within the community. And you'll also be able to see the members of a community. So now we're diving into much harder stuff. Once again, this is not something that you usually see in YouTube tutorials. Heck, not even in courses. So I hope you're excited. This is going to be a big feature, but I hope, as you can see, we already have the infrastructure for it built. The community page is actually going to be a reused profile page. We already have the profile header, as well as the tabs. And then here we'll be reusing the actual thread cards. But that's not going to make it any simpler. There's still a lot of logic that we have to work through together to make this functionality happen. So let's close all of the currently open files and let's go to pages and then communities page.tsx and let's get started. But if you think about it, this would be a wrong place to start with communities. It would be as if we were starting with a homepage when we didn't yet have a create thread page. We first need to be able to create a community to then be able to view it right here in the communities dashboard. So let me show you how we're going to do that. And to make that happen, we're going to utilize a really important concept, and that is the concept of webhooks. A webhook is an event that's going to happen once something gets triggered, and it's going to send a request to process something else at the same time. It's going to make more sense once we actually implement it. But here's the key point of why we have to implement webhooks. We can create an organization right here through Clerk by clicking Create Organization. And it's immediately going to open up a great interface where we can simply upload a profile photo, enter the organization name, a Slack URL, and be good to go. But the question is, how is this data from Clerk going to get into our application instantly? How are we going to append additional posts once they are made as part of an organization? To do that, we have to have webhooks waiting and listening for the events from Clerk so we can then make additional actions and modify our database accordingly. So let's get started by creating those webhook listeners. And our webhook is going to be in form of an API route. So right here within the app, we can create a new API folder, or rather we already have it, but within it, we can create a new folder called webhook. And inside of here, we can create a new folder called Clerk. And then within Clerk, we can create a new route.tsx. layout.tsx, and we can get started with creating our webhook. If you visit Clerk's docs, it's also going to talk a bit about webhooks. It says that they allow you to receive event notification with Clerk webhooks. So if you need to keep your local store in sync with up-to-date user info, or you want to send a welcome email, you'll need to set up a webhook, so Clerk can tell you about events that happen on your instance. For information on how to set up webhooks in your instance or how to architecture your application, you can check out our sync data to your backend guide, which is exactly what we are going to do. For the majority of use cases, data syncing is not needed at all, and this guide can be skipped, such as for all the things that we've used so far, logging in, getting the user info, and so much more. But this application is more advanced, and we want to show you how you can create those communities and sync their data. So it is a common setup for applications that involves a front-end and some sort of a backend storage system. Since authentication and user management happen on Clerk's side, the data will eventually need to reach the application's backend. The recommended way to sync data between Clerk and your application is via webhooks. In this guide, you'll learn how to enable webhooks and how to set up your backend so that it is updated every time an event happens on your Clerk instance. First, we're going to go to our Clerk dashboard, and you can get there by going to dashboard.clerk.com and opening your project. Great, we even saw that we now have live users, which we can see right here. Then we can go to webhooks, and later on, we'll be able to add an endpoint, which is this exact route we'll be working on right now. This can be an ngrok server, but in this case, it's going to be the deployed endpoint of our current application. Then you'll be able to filter which events you want to listen and then sync the data to your Clerk database. This is more or less it. I don't want you to read through these docs because I'm going to show you how to do all of that today. And these are only some of the events that Clerk supports. You can track when an organization is created, deleted, updated, or when the invitations have been accepted, created, revoked, and even additional details about memberships. We're going to get events in this format, and they even support TypeScript, so you know exactly what your webhook event looks like. And this is also important, we'll be verifying our requests. We're going to use the Swix package to power the webhooks, so you can even verify the webhooks to ensure that they are valid. And this is needed because usually the app will be susceptible to a number of attacks. So I found this great part of the Clerk's documentation where they show us exactly how to create a webhook. Clerk, app, router, webhooks. And this is coming directly from James Perkins. So what I've done is taken the raw format of this entire file and then modified it slightly to work for our specific events. The link to this route.ts is going to be in the description down below within a GitHub gist file. So simply open it, copy it, and then paste it right here. We're going to go through every single little detail together, so soon enough, everything is going to start to make sense. So in here, I even included a couple of resources. Here is the sync data to your backend URL from the Clerk docs, and then even a resource of why we need to verify webhooks. And here are the imports for the community actions file, which we don't yet have, which is going to be incredibly similar to user. It's just not going to be creating a user or deleting a user, but rather creating a community and deleting a community. So let's create this new community.actions file by going all the way down to lib, actions, and then create a new community.actions.ts. And this is going to be another file that you'll be able to find within your GitHub gist down below. So you can simply copy and paste it right here. As I said, the majority of the functions are going to be similar. We're making connections to our database and then finding and or updating or deleting specific instances. But no worries, while going through these different functions, we're going to explain how each and every one of them works. For now, we can just collapse them so it's easier to see what we're working with. And of course, these require additional models. We already have the model for the user and the thread, but now we can create a model for the community. And here you'll have to slightly fix the import by saying it's coming from / models and then / community, thread, and user. Now, how is our community schema going to look like? Well, believe it or not, it's going to be incredibly similar to our user. So let's simply say community.model.ts, and let's copy everything we have in our user and paste it right here within the community. We can rename this to community schema. The ID is going to be the same. The username is going to be the same. Name, same. Image, same. Bio, same. But this time we're going to have an additional property of created by. And this is going to be a reference of a type mongoose.schema.types.objectID to the user. A community can also have the threads, just like a user can. And then instead of onboarded and communities, we're going to have access to the members, which is going to be an array of type is equal to mongoose.schema.types.objectID with a reference to user. So multiple users can belong as members of a specific community. Finally, we can say const community is equal to mongoose.models.community or mongoose.model community and community schema. And we have a model for the community, so the actions should no longer complain. Great. Now we can go back to the webhook file that we were explaining not that long ago. We have the actions to add member to community, create community, delete, remove, and update. We have different event types, events, and then we have a post route. Here we have the heads for the SVIX verification of our webhooks. Here we're activating the webhook in our Clerk dashboard, and we need to add a next Clerk webhook secret. But we can only do this after we add the endpoint. So we'll add this later on to our env. For now, we can simply add it there as a reminder that something needs to be there. So let's put it here next to Clerk at the top, next Clerk webhook secret, and we're going to fill it in later on. And now this is where the most important part happens. Here we have different if statements. So we're saying if event type is organization.created, then we can collapse that. And we have listen organization membership. So this is if a member invites and accepts creation. Then we have if a member is deleted, if organization is updated, and if an organization is deleted. So this is 5 events in total. And here's the thing. What we do is we listen for this event from Clerk. So once we actually go here and do something, then we get all of this information from a webhook. And then here's the kicker. We call our own action, such as create community and pass in all the details, which then does everything we are used to so far. In this case, connects to the database, finds the user, and then creates a new community and attaches it to it. So hopefully this makes sense. We've gone through this process many times, and I didn't want you to write all of this code by hand again. But if you want to, you're more than welcome to just figure out what all of these functions do and ensure if it makes sense. If you have any questions regarding these community functions, just let me know in the comments down below or send me an email and we're going to gladly reply. We'll try to make these videos as engaging and as educational as possible. So I hope that this introduction of webhooks, no matter how hard it can be, still opened eyes for you of how these more complex applications are being done. There's different ways in which we have to pass the data, and we're doing that right now by exposing our webhook. But we're not done just yet. We have to do just that. We have to expose this route and add it as an endpoint right here within Clerk's dashboard. And to be able to do that, we have to deploy our application. So let's go back to the app and just ensure that everything we have so far is working, which it is. And now we can deploy it. We're not deploying it and saying that we're finished. We're just deploying it to be able to expose this API route that we'll then be able to add as the endpoint. So let me show you how do we do that. First, we have to create a new repo for our app. And of course, we can do that by going to github.com/new. There, you'll be able to choose your repo name, for example, threads app. We can make it public, and we can click Create Repository. We can use the second terminal to deploy our application by running git add dot git commit -m first commit, and then we have to say git branch -m main git remote add origin right here, and finally git push u origin main. This is going to push all of the code from our main branch locally to our repository. And there we go. In just seconds, it is here. If it's here, it means that Vercel could also see it. And through Vercel, we're going to deploy our current application. So let's click Start Deploying. And let's continue with GitHub. I'm going to switch to my organization account. And I'm going to click Import the Threads app. It should appear right here. If it doesn't for you, just search the name of the app that you chose for your repository and click Import. Here, we can go to Environment Variables, and we can copy all of the variables we have and simply paste them here. It's going to add all of them there. And we can click Deploy. If we don't have a lot of errors, this is now going to deploy our app to the internet so that everyone will be able to use it. But of course, don't share the link just yet. We still have many modifications to make before it is fully complete. Now, in this case, we've got an error, which is totally okay. We've pushed a lot of code, so it's normal that everything doesn't go right on the first try. So let's try to read the error message and figure out what is breaking. This one doesn't really give us a lot of information, so let's proceed. And then down here, we see a failed to compile. Property ID does not exist on type empty object. So this right here is a type error, which means that it's coming from TypeScript. That's not really a problem at this point. For now, we just want to ensure that the app is deployed so that we can add this webhook as an endpoint to Clerk. So what we can do is go to Next.config.js, and right at the top, we can add a new TypeScript property, which is an object. That's going to have ignore build errors set to true. And we can just push this to GitHub by saying git add dot git commit -m. We can say ignore ts errors and then git push. If I'm not mistaken, this should automatically retry our deployment, and we're going to see if it's going to succeed. So I'm going to go to JS Mastery Pro, and here we have all of our deployments. A lot of the repos here are not going to be known to you right off the bat because they're not YouTube projects. As you can see, Cohort 5, Cohort 3, and a lot of different teams are here creating phenomenal applications within the JSM Masterclass experience. There, the members get first-hand experience building projects just like the one you're building today, but in a real-life setting, with other teammates and with the mentors such as myself guiding you all the way through. With that said, we can see that our Threads app now has been successfully deployed. It is ready, and we can check it out by clicking Visit. And there we go. I hope now you trust me when I told you that it's going to be super quick once it's deployed. First, we need to log in. So let's go ahead and log in with Google. I logged in one of my accounts, and there we go. We can immediately switch from all of the pages, and it just feels so quick. This is phenomenal. Next.js truly is the framework of the future if you use it in the right way. So with that said, our app is live, but where is our endpoint? Well, it's going to be under App, API, Webhook, Clerk, and then Route.ts. So let's copy our URL, go to the dashboard in Clerk, and click Add Endpoint. Paste the current URL that you copied, and then let's navigate. It's going to be within API, Webhook, Clerk, And that is it. You can even add a description. And here in the filter events section, we want to tick the events we want to listen to. So in this case, we want to know when the organization was deleted or updated, as well as when the organization invitation has been accepted, created, or revoked, and when organization membership was created, deleted, or updated as well. This is going to be more than enough for now. And now you can click Create. This is now going to expose a signing secret, which is right here. So you can view it, and then you can copy it. We'll have to add it to two places. The first place is our .env.local, and the second place is going to be our deployed version of the application. So let's go back to Vercel to where we started, which is right here, going to Settings, Environment Variables, and then we want to modify the next Clerk webhook secret by going to Edit and then pasting the secret right here and clicking Save. And we also want to rerun our deployment just to ensure that the changes have taken effect. So let's click Redeploy and click Redeploy here as well. Great. So now our webhook is connected and it's actually tracking these requests, which means that once we fire an event by, for example, creating an organization right here, our webhook should read it. Once it reads it, it should tell our actions, and our actions are then going to tell our database, which is going to make our clerk side as well as their backend side completely synced. That is great. So let's go ahead and close the deployed version of the application for now, just so we don't make a mistake of making changes here and then wondering why they're not being applied to our website in the browser. We can close this as well, but we will keep this open because here we can monitor the requests we're making. So let's go to our localhost 3000, reload the page just to ensure that we are live. And we're not, so we have to rerun our application right here. Yeah, these are some things that you're going to learn as you go. The website is not always going to be as it seems. It seemed online, but I just wanted to make a check and ensure that it truly is online before we proceed. That comes with experience, right? So as you build these applications and as you're listening to me going through these problems, you're going to learn how to become a better developer yourself. And in these videos, I can only go through a limited amount of stuff because who's going to watch an 8-hour-long video? But thankfully, with our courses, we can go into much more depth. So if you haven't already, definitely stay excited for the next 13 course that's coming soon. With that said, now we're live and we can go to Create Organization and we can give it a shot. I went online a bit and found a great photo for a new organization. It's a bird. It's going to be a birds lovers community. So let's upload a new image and then drag and drop it here. How seamless it is using Clerk. And let's call it just that, bird lovers. And let's create the organization. In here, you can automatically enter email addresses of people that you want to invite. So that's going to be, maybe in this case, the second account we used to create the organization. So javascriptmastery00@gmail.com. And you can enter more if you want to and make it a member or an admin. A member can create posts but cannot invite other people, and an admin can also invite other people. With the free plan of Clerk, you can invite up to 3 members per community. And with other plans, you can of course invite as much as you want. So let's for now invite just this user and click Send Invitations. Invitations have been sent and we can finish. This is pretty crazy that once I published this repo online, or rather once I published this to GitHub, some people already found the link and started adding new threads to it. So for a lucky few that are following me on GitHub, you'll be able to add a post while I'm recording this, which is pretty cool. So let's see. This user, for example, has created a profile and has simply one post that says bio. Pretty cool. But more importantly, on top right, you can see Bird Lovers admin, and you can even manage your organization by inviting other people and seeing the statuses of these people. as well as change settings of an organization. Pretty cool stuff. Now, what's going to happen if we go to create thread? Are we creating it as ourselves or are we creating it as the organization? Well, let's give it a shot. Let's post a thread. Here, we can say something like Clerk is great and post. On localhost, we still have to reload the page. And there we go. It was still posted by BlueJSM, which means that it's not yet reading that we're a part of a community. So what we can do is close all of the currently open files and go to app, root, create thread, and here navigate to the post thread component. And within here, we can read the organization. So first, we can import use organization coming from @clerk/Next.js. Then we can use that organization as a hook by saying const organization is equal to use organization. And then on submit right here, we can check if there is no organization. In that case, we can simply do what we have been doing so far, which is creating a thread. But if we do have an organization, so else, we can do the same thing, but now we can pass additional values. Instead of null, community ID is now going to be organization.id. And everything else is going to stay the same. And now that I look at this code, it could have been simplified if we go back and just say if organization, then we can return organization ID, else we can return null. Silly me, I should have noticed this right off the bat. But with that said, we can now create a new thread and hopefully now it's going to read that organization.id. But then on our actual thread card, how do we know if it is an organization? Did we implement that logic to be able to see that yet or not? Well, let's find out. Let's go to cards and let's go to the thread card. Here, we're nowhere mentioning the organization. So let's add the part that's going to say this. It should say the time, date, as well as the name of the community. So let's add it right here. That's going to be below comments. So right here. We can exit this block of code and then go 1, 2, 3 divs down. Here, later on, we're going to add the functionality to delete a thread. So we can say delete thread. And alongside that, we're going to also add this cool thing about showing the number of replies with their logos. So we can also duplicate this and say show comment logos. But for now, we're more interested in the community aspect of things. So below all of this, we can check if we're not currently working on a comment. And if we are within a community, then we want to show the following thing. That's going to be a link that's going to have an href going to /communities/community.id. This doesn't exist yet, but we're going to create that page soon. And we can give it a class name equal to margin top of 5, flex, items-center. But what matters more for now is to be able to see that this is indeed created by a community. So inside of here, we can create a class name equal to text-subtle-medium and text-gray-1. And first, within here, we want to format the date. So we can call the format date string coming from @/lib/utils, and we can pass in the created @. And then here, we can render the community. We can add a dash and then say community.name and then community. And we can also render the image of that community by rendering a self-closing image tag with a source equal to community.image, an alt tag equal to community.name, a width of 14, as well as a height of 14, and a class name equal to margin left 1, rounded dash full, and object dash cover. If we now save this, you won't be able to see anything because none of these posts were parts of communities. But if we try to create a new one right now, for example, am I a part of a community, and click post, we can reload the page, and there still is nothing. So we can simply console log the community aspect and see whether we have something there. Of course, this community has to be passed into the thread card. So right now, it seems like we have it, but just to be sure, let's check where are we calling this thread card. And we're calling it, I believe, from the home page. So that's going to be root and then page. And here it is. And we're passing the community saying post that community. So indeed, it should be there. Going back to our thread card, let's try to console log the community, and let's try to make sure that it is a bit more visible by doing something like this, community. If we save this and open up a terminal, we should be able to see something right here, because I believe this is server-side rendered, although nothing seems to be appearing. The thread card itself, yep, it is server-side rendered. There is nothing else there. So we should be able to see at least some kind of a console log. In the browser, if we look at it, it's not going to be there. But in here, maybe I should make my terminal a bit bigger so that I can actually see it. But I cannot seem to see it because I didn't wrap it in curly braces. So this was actually being rendered on the screen instead of just showing there. So now if we save this, we can see that the community indeed is null for all of these different posts. So when creating a thread, we have to console log and figure out if we are a part of a community already. So here we're checking for the organization, and if the organization ID exists, we're passing it as the organization ID. So let's do another console log right here and check for organization ID. So we can say org ID, or as a matter of fact, we can console log the entire organization just like so we can see what is in there. And now we'll have to submit another post. So let's say test and post. And it seems like we got some kind of a warning. Only plain objects can be passed to client components from server components, which isn't really all that useful. And this org ID is actually on the client side because it is a form element. So it should appear right here. And it seems like we do have an organization. And the ID is indeed here. Okay, that means that our currently logged in user is a part of the organization. So if we check for that organization and pass an organization.id to create thread, we are creating it, but are we fetching it here? We are not. We're always setting the community as null. We let this be intentionally because before we didn't have access to communities, but now we can actually modify our create thread action to actually utilize the concept of communities by simply getting that community ID and then passing it right here. And with the introduction of community, some other things have changed as well in the thread.actions.ts. So in the description down below, you'll be able to find the updated actions file for threads, which you can simply copy and paste right here. You're going to notice that it's going to keep everything as it was for the create thread, but it's going to add this part right here to first of all find the community, and then later on to also update the community model to know that it has a new thread within it. And then for user actions, I believe not a lot will be changed because this actions file is mostly relating to the threads itself and the possibility of creating threads. But just to be sure, in that same GitHub gist, there's also going to be the updated user.actions.ts, which you can simply copy and paste right here. That way, we're ensuring that we're all on the same page and that you can proceed with the development of our app. Now, immediately, we're going to have some errors with our imports. As before, we can update this to come from /models / and then community, thread, and user. And we can do the same thing right here at the top. It's going to come from / models and then user, thread, and community. And then within here, we're now properly passing the community, which should be read by our thread card. So let's create one final post now that our backend is working as well. Let's say birds are great, because now we truly are a part of the bird lovers community. If we reload the page, you can see birds are great, and we have this great bird lovers community part, but it's not at the bottom of the thread as it should be. So there's some spacing issue happening with our thread card that we can fix right away. I believe that we can remove this console log and we can move this right one div below. That way it's going to appear below here as well. This is great. So now we can see that BlueJSM posted a thread at 7 p.m. my time, but it is a part of this bird lovers community. And I can notice that we're missing a space right here before the dash. So we can add an additional space just like so. There we go. If we save it, it's looking great. Now, of course, we want to go to that community page and see if some other people have posted on there as well. But for now, we don't have a page for the community details. So let's create it. We can go to app, root, communities, and then create a new folder with square brackets of ID, and within it, a new page.tsx. This page is going to be incredibly similar to our profile page. So let's go to profile, ID, page.tsx, and let's copy this entire thing and paste it over here. Now we can make some modifications to it and make it work for our community as well. So what are the changes that we have to make? Well, let's explore them together. Let's look into the imports first. We are going to need the image from Next.image as well as the current user. Those are the things that we always use. Next, instead of our profile tabs, which are right here, threads, replies, and tagged, we are going to get our community tabs. So we can bring this up and then say community tabs. There we go. We are going to reuse the profile header as well as the threads tab and all of the components from chat.cn. But in this case, we won't have to fetch the user or we won't have to redirect. So we can remove those two. Inside of here, we're just wondering about our currently logged in user. And then we want to get all of the community details, which we can do by saying const community details is equal to await fetch community details. And then we pass the params.id, which is the ID of that community. This function is coming from lib actions community actions. And once we have the community details, we simply want to pass them to the profile header because it can be the header of a community as well. So we can simply pass all of them here instead of user info. And most importantly, we're going to change the type of the profile header to community. So you can see the profile header is going to complain. So let's get into it and let's modify it so it also accepts the type, which is going to be sometimes there. So there's a question mark. And it can be of a type of string user or string community. And now we're accepting that type right here. Later on, we'll be able to change our profile header depending on that. But for now, let's go back to our page and let's worry about our profile tabs. These are going to become community tabs. Of course, the second one within the community tabs is going to be members, really important part of every community. Now within it, we're not gonna have user info.threads.length, but rather community details.threads. And then a bit below here, we don't have to loop through the content anymore. We can just manually render 3 different pieces of tabs content, which is going to look like this. The first tabs content is going to be threads tab, where we're gonna pass in the community details, ._ID, and we're gonna say community. this tab's content is going to have a value equal to threads, which is going to be simply a string. And we no longer need a key. It's simply going to have a class name of w-full text-light-1. We can duplicate this 2 times. And we want to modify the second one, because the second one is going to contain our members. And the third one is going to contain requests. So for the members, what we're going to do here is pretty cool. We can remove the threads tab and then render a new section. This section is going to have a class name equal to margin top of 9, flex, flex-col, and gap-10. Within there, we can render community details (members), and then we can then map over those members. Each individual member can be of a type any for now, and we can return a user card because we have already created it. So we can simply import it from components cards user card, and to it, we can pass a key equal to member.id. We can pass the ID equal to member.id. Let's also pass a name equal to member.name, username equal to member.username, img URL equal to member.image, and a person type, which is going to be user. So this right here is a user and not a community. So now if we save this, I don't think we're going to have any errors, which means that now we can go to the community details page, which we can get to by clicking our bird lovers community right here. And once we click here, we seem to be redirected back to the home page, and we can see some new friendly faces here. But why is that? Well, if you go into the threads tab, you can see that here we have a redirect if we don't have the result. And why wouldn't we have a result? Well, because right now we're fetching user posts, and this is not a user. We're now working with an organization. So what we have to do is we have to add a check. Rather, we have to say let result at the top is of a type any. And then what we can do is say if account type is triple equal to community, in that case, we can do a result, or rather say result is equal to await fetch community posts right here, which we can import from community actions. Else we can use that old fetch user posts that we had before. So we can say fetch user posts. There we go. And in both cases, we pass the account ID, but here the account type is community, so it's going to know to fetch community posts. So now if we go back and if we click bird lovers community, and for some reason the app broke on me, which happens from time to time, but we have to stop it from running and then rerun it one more time. And then we can test it out and hopefully it will work. And now we are on the community page where we can see the threads as well as the members. This is great. Now, of course, if you want to create a thread as yourself, you can still easily do that. The only thing you have to do is you have to switch from bird lovers to your personal workspace, and then the thread is going to be created as just yourself. Now that we can visit a community profile page, it would make sense to be able to view all communities within our communities tab on the left. So let's go into it and let's show what communities are available. Of course, we can close all of the currently open files and then only open the communities, but not the ID page, rather just the regular page, where right now it simply says communities. If you think about it, this page is going to be really similar to our search page, where we can search for different profiles within the Threads application. And oh my God, how many of you have already created different profiles, and I haven't even advertised this anywhere. I just published the repo online. So now we can create a similar thing for communities, but with a bit of a different design. It's going to look something like this on the finished side, where we have different cards for different communities. And of course, the search bar is going to be there as well. But I don't want you to simply follow along with everything I'm doing. At the end of this whole segment, once we add a few more features, you'll have to do a couple of things on your own. So some pretty cool stuff is coming your way. But for now, let's focus on implementing this look right here. And we can do that by copying what we right now have on our search page, as they are similar. So let's copy it and paste it within the communities. Now, inside of here, as you can see, we have a lot of imports, and this is what we can see. But now we're going to try to make it work with the communities. So inside of here, instead of fetching users, we'll want to fetch our communities, which is another action that we have. And it's going to come from community actions. We have to be careful whether this is accepting an object or if it's just accepting different params in a row. Here we can see that it's accepting an object, and we don't have a user ID, so we just have a search string. So we can delete the user ID, and here we can say fetch communities. Now immediately it won't be able to render the users, which makes sense, right? So instead of result.users, all of this is going to be switched to communities. And here we can render an individual community within the .map. Community. There we go. Now, in this case, we won't be rendering the user card. Rather, we'll be rendering a new card called a community card. So let's go to our components, cards, and let's create a community card right here by saying community card.tsx. And we've already created a lot of cards together in this video. So this one is going to be in the GitHub gist down below, where you'll be able to simply copy it and paste it here. It's going to be incredibly similar to the profile one. It's just going to render the community username, name, image, and more. And then we'll be able to call it right here by importing it from components, cards, community card. And then we can reference all of this as community instead of person. We can also pass the bio equal to community.bio, as well as members is equal to community.members, and we don't need the person type. Now, if we save this, we are fetching the communities, we are rendering them, and indeed we can see our first community. So as you can see, the search page wasn't that different from our communities search page. And now if you click view, it's actually going to redirect us to the community view. And there we go. Now let's also try to create another community by creating a new clerk organization. I'm going to upload an image. And in this case, it can be a community of dog lovers. So we can say dog lovers, and we can create an organization. And we can invite a different account. This time I'm going to invite JSM Masterclass Experience at gmail.com and give them the admin permissions and send the invitation. Great. Now, if we go to communities, you can see that we have two communities right here, which is looking great. And hopefully I have received the invitation on my email. And indeed I have. We have the invitation from Threads to join Dog Lovers Organization. So let's accept it. This redirected us to the local host, but now we can log out, redirect to sign in, and then I can try logging in with that new email that was invited. And you can see we are in. But now we unfortunately don't see that we have been invited to an organization. That's a bit weird. Let's try to accept the invite one more time. And there we go. Now that we were in, we can accept that invite and we can see the dog lovers community. And we can also go to our profile. And now, after reloading the page, it redirected me to the onboarding. I'm guessing this should have happened before, But hey, it's here now once I visited the profile page. Something like this should happen for you as well. I'm gonna choose a profile photo, and I'm gonna choose one of our old JSM Pro logos with a different color here. I can say JSM Masterclass and say this is my bio, and I can click submit. In this case, we get an error saying that username.toLowercase is not a function. So it looks like it's not picking up the username from here. Let's try to modify it slightly by removing the underscore and then clicking submit. And it still doesn't want to proceed. So let's get back to our onboarding and let's figure out if we have properly passed all the data. And we're back at the part that we should have done at the start. I completely forgot about this. Remember how I told you that we have to connect the data coming from Clerk with the data coming from our own database. And this was supposed to be it. So now here, you know how to fetch the user from the database, right? Well, we can say const user info is equal to await fetch user, and we can pass the user ID. Then we can check if user info !onboarded, then we can redirect to the home page, just like so. And of course, this is supposed to say onboarded. And we can import the fetch user from user actions, as well as redirect coming from next navigation. And the user itself. And we have to ensure if the user exists just to deal with the TypeScript errors or warnings. So we can say if no user, return null. And now we get this user info and we are pairing it to the user data, which is now complete, which we're then passing to the account profile. We should have done this a long time ago, but I completely forgot it, but we got it now. Hopefully you didn't create any new users after this, because then you would have experienced an error. If you experienced that error before, just let me know down in the comments and I'll try to add it somewhere so that other people don't experience it as well. With that said, we can now try to submit this and we again get an error saying username.toLowercase is not a function, which makes me seem that the username is not being passed properly. So we're checking if userinfo.username exists, then pass that. Otherwise, simply pass the user that username. Let's simply console log it. So we're going to console log the user info !username as well as user !username. And then let's see what is there. This should reach us right here. And if all of these are empty strings, then we might not actually be able to see it. So I'm going to divide it into two different console logs. And I'm going to add a message before, say something like user info, as well as simply user. And now if we save this, once we visit the onboarding page, we can reload and then we should get something here. So yeah, you can see that user info is going to be undefined, but the user will be there. And this is coming from Clerk. So here we're checking if user info !username, and we're passing it. But what we should have done is in all of these cases, we should have checked if user info exists. If it does, then pass the user info.username, else pass the user.username. And we can repeat this procedure for the name, bio, and the image too. So we can say if user info exists, then user info.name, bio, or image, else simply do the other thing. So now if we save this and try one more time, we can say JSM Masterclass, and here we can say Masterclass, and we can say this is my bio, and third time's the charm. If we click submit, it's going to throw us an error because still the username !lowercase is not a function. So let's see if we are properly passing it in. If we go to the user data, which is coming as user to the account profile, and then here, oh, the error could be here. We're passing the update user, And in the meantime, I was messing with the way that we're passing the props. So if we go into it, you can notice that here before, we were accepting them just as a list of different strings into it. But I told you that trick to simply put them within an object. So for you, this could potentially be working all along, but I have to switch this back to what I told you to do. And once that is corrected, we can now, for hopefully the fourth time, enter this, choose our name, enter our bio, and click submit. And there we go, we're back. And if we go to our profile, you can actually see all the data here. It's great to see that PNG profiles work as well, because now this one has no background. Wonderful. Almost all parts of our application are done. I hoped you guys would put some better threads right here instead of just some simple ones, but hey, once it's actually deployed, all of you will be able to use the final version of the application. Now, while we're on the topic of the final version of the application, we are incredibly close, but we're not there yet. I mean, we have all of the pages. We have the community details page where you can see the members. You can traverse to their profiles to see that as well. You can look at the thread detail pages and even leave comments, as Srajan already has here. And all of this is pretty cool stuff. But there are a couple of parts of this application missing. Do you know which ones are those? Well, if you check the full final application, you're going to notice that the communities as well as the search have the search bars, right? So that's one part that you can add to further improve this application. There's also this little comment thing, which I would like you to implement on your own to try it out. So try to fetch different comments that we have and show the number of replies below each one of these posts. It's the little things, right? This was a big application, and it's possible that not every single part of it for you is working perfectly, which is totally okay because I'm here for you. Whenever something is not working, or if you want to check out the finished code for new features that haven't been implemented yet, the link to the completely finished project's GitHub repository is going to be down in the description. There, you'll be able to reference the final code and ensure that your code is working as it should. So with that said, the final part that is left for us to do right now is to show you how to deploy this application so that once you finalize it, you'll be able to deploy it as well. I mean, as a matter of fact, you can deploy it with me right now and then continue working on it for years to come because there's so much more stuff that we can add to this. And that's the beauty of web development and the beauty of learning through project-based applications. So let me show you how we can deploy this application right away by killing our second terminal, stopping this one from running by pressing Ctrl+C and then Y, clearing it, and then running git add dot git commit -m, implement all the features, and then git push. This is now directly going to be pushed to our GitHub repository. And with that, it's also automatically going to get pushed to Vercel. So you can see that right now our project is building, and in about 30 or 40 seconds, we'll be able to see it live. If you go under deployments, we can see that we are now live. So let's go ahead and go to project and click visit. We can close all of the other tabs and we can expand this to see it fully. And as you expand it, you'll be able to see the app in its full glory. But not only that, you will have also expanded a hidden task that I was keeping for you here all the time. And that is the right sidebar that we can only see on full HD devices. There, you can fetch all the suggested users, maybe even think of a specific algorithm to figure out who your users might be interested in, as well as all the communities. It's nothing more than simply taking what we already have in the search, profile search, as well as the communities. Simply take those and put them here as well for easy access. I want you to be able to build stuff yourself and not just forever be stuck in tutorial hell. That's why, especially on these harder videos, I want you to fully dive into the final repository code. Figure it out. Heck, even use additional Clerk functionalities, because that's what relearning is all about. And let's not forget to take a look at our app on the final deployed mobile version as well, which is just looking phenomenal, especially with that bottom navigation. So with that said, amazing job for coming to the end of this phenomenal tutorial. Huge thanks to Clerk for making it possible, not only by sponsoring this video, but by creating such a phenomenal piece of software that significantly simplified the authentication process, while at the same time making it so much more robust. And if you came to the end of this video building it out while watching me build this for many hours, you're gonna be the perfect candidate for our masterclass. There might have been a couple of times while you were watching this and you felt stuck on a specific problem, or you didn't fully understand what I was telling you or what I was explaining. Well, I created the masterclass for that exact reason. You can build applications together in a team while getting expert mentor assistance. So think about building projects even more complicated than threads together within teams, but then having a mentor there that you can ask for help 24/7 anytime in the day. And of course, the apps are specifically crafted, up to date, and modern for you to learn as much as possible. Oh, and just so I don't forget, this is the last chance to get your Next.js 13 ebook and get prepared for the upcoming Next.js 13 Pro course that we're launching soon. The links are down in the description. With that said, once again, thank you for being a JavaScript master and coming to the end of this video, and have a wonderful day.